my first trip to Sweden. It was very interesting. I went to Tanzania. I went to all those countries. But I kept thinking to myself, and the other thing that Diana anoroora musikana anongofamba like this. Because it was that stage also I had to make a decision. Kuti ndaakuda kusetla. But I'm not in the country every other time. I'm in these caves. I'm with these people. And this is not what I want. And the final blow was when I came back from Sweden, I found my then boyfriend atonoroora mumwe musikana kunotono. And my friend that came to the airport kuzonditambira akanditi ndine nyaya sawira zvakaitika weekend. And you can imagine the shock. And at that time, ikone chitanguwa here magandanga hatichatombovhunduke zvemaheartbreak. But at that time, it was hectic. You can imagine uri kubva kuairport and the boyfriend is no longer there. Atova murume womumwe munhu. Just like that. And you are now thinking, okay, so Because said, but you're banking on your promise. And I did this banking on the promise as well. The program was too expensive at the time. Said, yeah, no, but there's nothing that I can do. I felt disrespected. And the next thing I was on um, job websites and looking for the next opportunity. And I remember sending my CV to IPC. And within a week, they told me there was an opportunity at TIMB, which was my first manager position as HR and administration manager for TIMB. 5 years I was at TIMB. And I remember the first day that I met the CEO of TIMB, I told him, I'm here for 5 years. Says, why? Says, after 5 years as HR person, what will I still be doing as if there are any new things to invent? So he would remind me every year that, yeah, we're almost there, 5 years. And exactly 5 years, in 2021, January, I left for Znara. And this was an opportunity that I welcomed and grabbed that gave me access to some doors that I would never have if I had not moved. And it is also when I was at Zinara that I got my appointment as a board member for the National Prosecuting Authority. And happy that I am making an impact for our country. Back to my academics, I didn't forget that I wanted to be a lawyer, by the way. And 19 years later, in 2019, I enrolled into law school and graduated in 2023, not only with a law degree, but with a distinction. And I will not forget the sound of it when the lady announcing was like, and Chancellor, graduating with the distinction is Violet Mudzimba. And I had my family with me in South Africa. My daughters were there, my mom was there, my dad was there. I picked them up from Kuwirisha ndokumsha kwedu. Ndikavakwidza ndege kuenda navo kuSouth Africa to see me graduate. Ndatoone vana 4 saizvozvi, 2023. And I'm a lawyer. And I'm busy doing my conversions. I have 3 to go. And next year, this time, I'll be a registered lawyer in Zimbabwe, having been admitted into High Court. I'm not yet sure whether I want to go into court. The other time I was feeling, I think I'm not too old to be competing with these young ones. But I think I'll just want to do it for 2-3 years. And then I'm done. And by the way, next week on the 11th of September, I'm graduating at MSU with my second master's, master's human resources. And I just did this because I now want to go into consultant in HR and in law. And when I was at TIMB, remember I was HR and admin. And admin at that time included procurement. And I didn't want to do things that I didn't know about. And I started SIPS. Who knows about SIPS? It's a procurement qualification from the UK that is equivalent to a purchasing and supply degree in Zimbabwe. So I can safely say I've got 3 first degrees, 2 masters, and I'm currently doing my doctorate in strategic management because I want to make a difference in this country in the strategic management and in the public sector. Tanaya's story is very inspiring, and I'm happy she has done this for us. And I always tell you, it's so unlike engineers to be so vibrant on social media. And you would expect that from people who do journalism, those other lady professions. And I'm always thinking, who gets an opportunity to go to Canada or to America and any other country at this time in this year and comes back to Zimbabwe? Who does that? You know? Yeah, I wouldn't. So that says a lot about her commitment to saving, not only making a difference in the country, but making a difference in the young girls' lives. And take this opportunity to get to extract, the nuggets and everything that you can from her. And when I walked in, someone was asking about how, yeah, she deals with herself in terms of being in male-dominated environments. It doesn't only happen to engineers. I am the only female manager at Snara out of 16 of them. And when I'm sitting in the boardroom, when it's tea time, do you know what they do? They are looking at you and yes, and they want you to come off your seat and save the tea. Hello? Tea is there. If you want it, just go and get it. And we're in a meeting and there's no minute taker. Do you know what they do? They're all looking at me. And I'll look back at them. What are you expecting me to do? Taking minutes. Why? Because I'm a woman. No, we don't do that. Yes, if we are going to take minutes, every one of us will get an opportunity to take minutes. Or employ someone who does that because it's a job Rintori on its own. Just like I'm HR, I employ and fire. So yeah, let's do that. You don't expect me just because I'm a woman, I should, you know. And one time, almost every other time, I find my parking space yaba occupied. And you know what I do? Well, don't follow that. So It's a distinction. Oh, by the way, MSU ndine University Book Prize. My dissertation was a distinction. So very much because it's always about if inini can, if I can, why not? And this is the spirit, as you develop your career, as you move, because first thing is to make a decision on what exactly you want. Who will stand and say, and because you know what you want, you also be able to defend yourself even in circumstances that are very difficult. For the women, for the child, for the girl child, a lot happens even in the workplace. You'll be asked to give sex for a job, and you're just going to do it because I do decision. You tell them, no, I'm not here for that. If I'm not getting it on merit, let it stay. It is the boldness. Inozoita kuti vanhu vazoti okay ava hatigoni kusvika apo uyu haano, she's a no-nonsense person. And that's exactly the girls we want to bring out. That's exactly the professionals we want to bring out. And I'm happy that from the introductions as well, they are different. It's not only the STEM. We've got the commercials, we've got others, we've got even those who have not yet decided what they want to be. And so no matter how long it takes, you can still be what you have ever visioned to be. And let's put our visions down in writing. There's power in visuals. Put your vision in writing. Bedroom yatinai yakazara zvinhu zvakangonyorwa mudziro zvakanamirwa zvakadii zvimwe zvichitikwa ndachinge chinzi haichichaita ichi chobva chatikwa chobva, and that's very good. Walk into your bedroom and see kuti pane chausati watika, and it makes you very uncomfortable, and you can't go to sleep without having done what you want to do. It may be not one night, it may not happen in months, it may not happen in years, but definitely it will happen for as long as you keep your vision alive. Thank you.
That's a powerful story.
it's that I see myself also in that story. If you hate this, yes, you will, right? So I'll tell you my story too. But any questions for our speaker? If there's anyone has a question, or I think I'll take three because we've got our tea ready. It's been ready for the last 20 minutes. So yeah. Any questions, please share or raise your hand. I'll come to you with the microphone. Why you guys are not taking notes from Anna? Anna has been active since she walked into this room.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, ma'am. My name is Anna. My question is based on the interview techniques. So I wanted to ask about dressing when you're going for an interview. What do you think about the dressing? What should we dress when we come for an interview?
Okay. So the Zimbabwean culture of interview dressing is formal, right? I'll tell you what I do. I will not put on a slake when I'm going for an interview. I will not wear makeup when I'm going for an interview, especially red lipstick. I will not. And I'll tell you why. Kune anonzi biases, right? This panel sitting before me and interviewing me, vane biases avo, right? Dr. Chenge vanopinda postori yekwamwazha. And for her, from the day she was born and from the day she started to understand life, vakaziva kuti kadzi anongopfeka trouser anongondiirritator. That's her, and you can't change it. Vakaziva kuti kadzi anoisa lipstick, especially red, haana kumira mushe. That's her. And these biases are informed by what? By where she comes from, by how she grew. So you should know, zvakanaka kuresearcha usati waenda kuinterview on the culture of the people vari kuinterview kwauri kuenda. So I don't want to upset anyone before ndatopinda, right? Because uchitotanga kupinda inini chaiyo step yako chaiyo. That's ndo one bias yatinayo ndogona kuvhuma pamberi penyu. Uchitongopinda kudai so step yacho pane anofamba ziso rigomhanya munhu ako uchitoona kuti chero neconfidence hapana. So for me, if you want to impress me, walk straight, like you know where you're going. And if no one is going to offer you a seat, ask if you're going to sit. And they'll show you where to sit and sit up straight. Ukatanga kutukonya zvigunwe zvako uchita sokuti you are ameno zvawatoita tinozosara kupedza interview. Ngati no. Because pamwe ndiri kutsvaga an assistant ende ndinoziva environment yatiri kuti iri kuda munhu anoti akatomira papoto rinobikwa richiibva kwete yana iwe wotopinda nestep yekutondoratidza kuti hazvisi kutomboita. So be confident, you have nothing to lose. When you walk into an interview, you have nothing to lose. Just walk in, especially kana uchitoro zvako nebasa rako, you have nothing to lose. So go there and show yourself and defend that position. So with dressing, formal, smart, avoid anything that can cause my biases. But obviously, colored hair is a no-no. My red and my blue, that's a no, definitely. Look good, dress formally, because it's a formal environment. I mean, my engineer and I'm changing who interview, yes. So they work with my work suits and my helmet. But when going for an interview, this is a formal discussion. And it's different. If we have a practical, we'll tell you could it shite a practical. Then you can put on your work suit and your boots and your hat. But formal. And there are colors. Tudama colors eku coat chayo. Ana grey, dark blue, black. Hey, Pinky a big sister. Pinky on their big sister, Baruku address, Baruku make a statement. and because today she's our center of attraction. Yes, and she had to really dress in pink. But colors for the interview should be dim, and because we are Zimbabwean culture, tinongobhilivha kungoti pane kanga kungodzikamawo kanongodiwawo painterview kwete kuti uchimbobuda sara paparika kwacho because vanonyeya ndozvavanotongoita after every interview. So you just want to be to be normal. You want to be normal. And in terms of dressing, I think the big sister theme was dress how you want to be addressed. And kana uchibata vanhu vandioni ndinotoziva kuti ndoina ndakapfeka suti yered kuti nhasi ndiri pano kana ndichida kuti ndisiri kuda zvekutaura ndendiri kubheki ndine dzakadzima dzakadidi that's how it is like. So just avoid those other colors, but just be formally dressed, because our culture in Zimbabwe is formal.
Just to add on as well, giving a perspective from media, what I realize is when they say formal, they mean like how she's dressed. I know as young people, we have our own version of formal. You want to wear a shirt and a waistcoat. Unfortunately, if you don't have a blazer on in my industry, you're not formal. So also just adding on the demographic of the people that are interviewing you, how old the company is will tell you how dynamic they are. If it's an old institution, go looking like a magogo and then slay the next day. No long eyelashes. I don't wear these when I'm at work.
Of course.
For those that wear glasses, no loud frames, keep it simple. So just be as simple as you can be. If you want to get into media, like my industry, I can't wear this hairstyle when I'm at work because it covers my face. So anything that takes away from your face, no big jewelry. So just be as minimal as you can be.
Cannot store in a nose ring. Just
you take it out too. Yes, that too.
So the other thing is you may not really know the panelists that will be in your interview unless you've got someone who is internal who will tell you. But culture of an organization is informed from the top, from the leadership. So you Google Zinara CEO, Zinara directors. You look at them, you profile them. If you look at the Zinara CEO, you look even into his social, the other things that will be hidden somewhere, but in the pages it will be there. It will tell you the culture that he is informing or the culture that is pressing down, because it cascades. So it will tell you, it will give you an idea of what to expect. Okay.
Hi, good morning. My name is Progress Mpindu, and I am a recent graduate. So my question is, how do I navigate like the male-dominated industry, like biochemistry? For the past years, right? When I was in A level, I almost got raped by my own teacher, and when I was in university, a lecturer tried the same thing. So I have this fear towards males, and I want to know how can I have swept everything, this trauma under the rug, right? So I want to know how can I navigate the male-dominated industry, and how can I not show them my weakness or fear or my weaknesses?
Okay. Thank you very much for being bold enough to share your experiences. You would discover that it's what most girls are going through, but and others actually become victims of those acts. And the first thing really is this is about you. So working on yourself, I'm not sure how you then manage to deal with the post trauma from what you experienced. But sometimes it takes counseling, it takes some bold decisions about yourself. The fact that you have managed to survive those, I think the experience is actually the best teacher. You handle this differently from someone who is gonna meet this for the first time. And your experience, I think it's even better because when it's coming, you will know the signs. For someone, it will just probably then happen and like, how did this even happen? But for you, you're in a better place because already you know the signs. There's been 2 attempts on you, and you know when it's coming. It starts like this. It's while someone is taking that as it's just a gesture and all that, you already know that no, this is not a gesture. I've been there and I know. And you're ready. So one thing as a girl child that you have to know is to be assertive and know what you want. Tisambopa munhu guess, could I just second guessing? Could maybe ari kuzvida, or maybe. And for you, the disadvantage, matopa name stage, makunzi, masvika age yekugona kukonsenda. It's no longer kunzi forced or whatever. Ototi kana muine machats muine chii utoti no tati chiwirirana tati chifamba tese on this ari kuzoclaima kuti this happens, and these men will do that. And you're like, but you are in an advantageous position because you are my lecturer. If you call me for something that I have to do that has to do with my work, do I even say no? I can't, because you are supposed to be calling me. You are supposed to be helping me through, but you then want to take advantage of me. So be that girl who will report. Be that girl who will tell the next person. Be that girl achanzi ndiye akadzingisa ningi hazvina kana basa zviya. This is what I tell people on induction, especially those that are coming from graduate traineeship. This is actually a full lecture. The girls will have a different platform to discuss this. Even variable, managers, even your supervisors, no one has the right to force you to do what you don't want. Until my relationship, this shona ningerine kuti chi mbudzi zinodya padzakasungirirwa. Because we are at work almost all the other time, that's when we can even find love. Zviriko, but not anyone taking advantage of you because they are a supervisor. So these are lectures, they are now part of our induction modules at work. I'm not sure about others, but we have adopted that to take the ladies through this training. We even do security awareness training. What does it entail? What does your security entail? What are the telltale signs that we are heading for disaster? And with time, it's not something that happens overnight. It's something that you really work on. Even when you realize that you have got fear, when you are doing your list of the things that you need to do or take care of, self-esteem yangu iri low, what is available in terms of my remedies for me to take care of my low self-esteem? Maybe I'm attending this. Maybe I've got the online this. Maybe I've got to talk to big sister because she's in the field and definitely has been in situations that when I talk to her, I can get because I think by just attending this, you now all have access to Tinai, sharing your experiences, getting to know what she has also experienced, and things like that. So fear, you grow out of it because of the activities that you do, and just telling yourself there's power in the voices that you tell yourself. And if you continuously tell yourself that this is something that I have to outgrow, you definitely will. In psychology, we say repeated exposure leads to positive evaluation. So what you want is what you go for. And if you continuously tell yourself that I'm going to grow out of this, you definitely will. And every step that you take will be a step towards making sure that you are going out of that zone, because it's not a zone to stay. Fear, even they say fear breeds misery. so hazvitombofaniri kutomboitika. Even the Bible rinotiita warn against issues of fear. So it's not a good space. It's a space inofanira kutongobudiwa. What you have gone through, it's something, and I'm happy that you have mentioned kuti, it's something that you have swept under the carpet, and what you have done towards achieving that is something very, very important, and to yourself. So it's about you. Definitely. Probably if there's anyone else who has experienced something that probably brought a lot of fear to her, who would then want to help her with her story, or just sharing how they managed to do it, would be very grateful.
Sorry, for the sake of time,
Okay.
if you guys can maybe connect over tea. If there's any other lady that's willing to share their story, show by a raise of hands, she will take note. So there's that lady in cream. Your name? All right. So Evelyn, you can connect with her over tea. I'm so sorry I had to cut this short because our tea's been ready again for the last half hour. I've got one last question. If we can just maybe keep it brief so that we can go for a break.
Thank you so much. My name is Lorraine Chizanga. So I wanted to ask, from your perspective as an HR, how best can we tackle my questions anouya kwatiri whereby unobvunzonzi salary base, how much do you want? Because at times we're going to tell a figure that is too high, at times we're going to tell a figure a little bit lower, and at the end of the day you lose the job. How best can you tackle that?
Who told you to lose your job because of salary expectations? Okay, so kutaura salary yaunoexpecta hakucompromise anything pakuwana kwako basa kana kurishaya. It's only that we want to know, because chero wakati uri kuda 1,000, ini ndaona kuti ndiwe the best person that we want. You want to kuda 1,000 is to over 500. I'll call you and tell you what is on the table, Lorraine, is $500. But okay, so HR, because I've got this language, but it's not medical aid, we do CMAS, we pay for school fees, 50% of St. George's high school. We also do holiday for you, spouse and 2 children, So because you were at 1,000 pamwe total cost. But in the to my hidden, and as soon as you join Zinara, we'll give you a facility for mortgage where you can buy a house with 150,000. To negotiate, it's part of the recruitment process. So ndazviziva kuti unoda 1,000. Isa hatina 1,000 to offer 500. But again, in the interview, no, salary is not, salary is not exactly why I'm here. All I want is the job. No. No. Hakuna answer yakadaro. Iyoyo ndio inofoirisa iyoyo. Because what it's telling me is that hauna confidence. Hautomboziva zvauri kuda. Because the environment in Zimbabwe right now is such that even ukaresearcha kuti civil engineer wekuZinara ari kutambira mari, weku city council ari kutambira mari. Ma-variations acho anotokuconfuse wese. You never get. In stable markets, yes. In America, it's easy to just find out kuti kana munhu ari HR executive anotambira mari. Places like those, South Africa, it's out there, and it's information. Zvinoisa hatitomboisi information yedu on the public domain. Dai titotonzi muita basa rokutambirisana ikoko kuZinara muchitadza kugadzirira vanhu pama-road authorities mari yekugadzira marodhi zvatotanga. So you come and say what you want. Your value is what I want to hear from you. Then we'll talk about that. Remuneration is that part of the discussion that I would want to have with you when you finally decide I'm the best person for this job. Datopedza ilevel rekukotata kutotara zvema executive, because obviously hapana panotiri kuyamukasa nepamota, hapana panotiri kuyamukasa bhadharana vangu school fees, hapana. And even if you ask me salary, handigoni kudetermine anything about it, because there are also other things very hidden. Let's talk about it. Kana man decide kuti makundida. tochizotaura. Or I can give you what I am on right now. So I'm earning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if you can, it doesn't necessarily mean kuti pamwe ndinochinjira environment, pamwe ndinochinjira culture yekuzinara. Right now I'm HR manager, but I want to be a director, and I'm hoping that I'll be a director anytime soon, before the end of this year. And that's why I'm moving. Zimra wants a human capital director, and I'm moving, but no gono tosvika ikoko pazinara ndiri kutambira 10,000 wotosvika kuzimura iri kuti ine 8,000, but I'm okay. Ndinogona kutora 8,000 yamuri kundipa and forgo the 2,000 for the position, because there are 3 employers in life. The one employer that gives you employer that you get uchangobva kuuni, where you don't really care kuti wawana mari, but it's because I want the experience. So, and you need to know when to move. The second employer is that employer that will give you money, because kana wani experience unekanga kuposta kaunoita kuti in production siko mahara, because wakuziya. So the next employer, if the next employer is going to offer you 1,000, wangu wachitambira 500, you go without even thinking. And you need to know how long you're going to stay with that employer, the one that will give you money. Because they are attractive. Unogona kuramba uri assistant civil engineer for 20 years. Because it's really correct. Mari kutouya salary every month. Vanhu vari kutobvunza mushandepi anochatozinara ari kutogeti. Kunyanya vanhu vekutogeti vanogara singaiti. But pane any development inoitika here paya tichinyatsotaura nachokwadi hapana. You need to know. Inongoendwa ne-A level. Mumwe anogara mubhuthi muya 10 years. Mumwe anodecide kuti okay, now I'm here for the money. Mari ndiri kuiwana yakundigonesa kuenda kuuniversity to do the degree that I have always wanted. But ndaakufinance konezvo ndabata degree rangu reaccounts. What next? The next employer is that employer that will give you a level. And that's for the level, you move even for lesser money. And the level, inokupa access to the doors that I mentioned before. Inokupa access to a whole lot of things. Access to different platforms that will really grow your career. So you need to know at each level, kuti ndiri kugara for how long for the experience, ndiri kugara for how long for the money. Pamwe wapiwa mota yatoita 3 years, watotengeserwa yaya yako, wapiwa mortgage, watotenga imba yako kuHighlands, wane imba yako. Saka chinokutadzisa kunomuvha uchinoita manager uchibva kunoita officer iwe usingachabhadhari rent, usingachanide kufamba ne-in-drive kana nema-lifts. Zvinhu zvako zvaacorrect. So it's at that point that you need to move. Okay.
Such valuable insights, and this is just testament to why it was important for you to be here. If you can give Violet Mzimba a round of applause, please. She really, really deserves it. But please here all day long if you have a question that you didn't get a chance to ask. When we were on this tea break, like she said, she likes on an instruct. But in confidence, go confidently and ask your question. She'll give you the answer that you need. It is time for us to go for our tea. Just a bit of house call. The toilets are on the left side of the hall, right next to where there's the bookstore sign. You take that hallway. I think you'll take an immediate left, but there's also signage. And so it says that we're literate here. You will see Pagatunyora toilets female. Our tea setup is right here. As soon as you exit, you take your immediate right. There's a table set up there. I will ask our speakers and our panelists to take their leave first to go and collect their teas. Everyone else will start taking our exit from the back row so that we have a bit of order. Please take your tea and come back here because we are a bit behind schedule. So I would appreciate that you come and have your food as we continue with the next speaker. Thank you.
Motivated. Thank you.
Yeah. I think she deserves a round of applause. Yeah, that motivation and that inspiration, and I'm happy to see the impact that today's already started to impart.
Oh, hi. My name is Blessing. What I've taken from the first session is you really need to dress how you want to be addressed. People will look at what you're wearing and judge you based off of that. And then the other thing is you really need to write down your goals. It's tough for you to be tracking something that's not written anywhere, to have the ideas in your head. You're not going to be able to execute if you can't really see the vision. So that's my takeaway.
All right, our final speaker before we get into the next session.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Tariro Karikai. A first year student at Harare Institute of Technology, and I learned a lot from Ms. Violet's contribution. And my major takeaway was how we should all try to be emotionally intelligent, because I'm a very emotional person and I find myself losing opportunities and at things because I end up crying or I'm too emotional about it. But then I learned that I should also try to go an extra mile, because no one's just going to take you if you just have your undergrad and a poor degree class. So I really that motivated me to want to do better and to actually get my certifications in some languages, programming languages that I've been postponing and saying that I really don't want to do this. But I just felt lazy, that's the honest truth. But then now I'm motivated. I'm going to take my certifications, as many as I can, because yeah, why not? Why not? Because when I took my driver's license, I was like, I'm not going to use this anyways. I hate driving, but then I was like, I want to be a passenger princess of my life. But then I was like, no, no, I should get that license. I'll need it one day. And when she talked about it, I was like, yay, winning. I have one thing. And then now I'm left with my certifications and I'll try to do more. I'm not going to stop at my undergrad. I want to do better, because when she talked about a doctorate, I was like, what? So yeah, that motivated me. Thank you.
Another story of motivation. And for these two ladies, you've given us promises on camera, huh? We've got V11s. So in a year from now, we'll be asking how many of those things have you ticked off? And I hope that everyone in this room will connect and will be each other's accountability partners. Because sometimes, you get in a room like this, you get inspiration, you get motivated, you leave feeling like I can do more. And then you get home and there's that Netflix series that pops up on your screen. Next thing you know, you're binge watching and there's no one to then ask, Tasha, you said you wanted a driver's license, but it's been 3 months now. Where is it? So I hope that, especially for those of you that are still students, if you're in close vicinity with each other, create a WhatsApp group, post your goals in that group, and have like a period of time where you say, I want to do this. That's a personal story, by the way. My friends and I do this every end of the year, every December, Christmas Eve. We get our notebooks, our planners. There's 5 of us. Each and every one of us tells out their goals for the next year. So now we'll be talking about 2026. But before we get into 2026, December is coming. Huh? It's August now. September is knocking on the door. In December, we'll be sitting down and saying, those things that you spoke of late last year, how many have you done? So we're always accountable to each other. I know we're inconsistent during the year at Zovunzani Zelu on a quarterly basis, but I like the fact that I have friends who hold me accountable. So you said you want to do this. Did you do that? So I hope that you will get a chance to do that with your peers, with your family, even with church, even at work, and whatever spaces where you feel like you want to develop yourself. It is 11:30. As I mentioned earlier, we are running slightly behind our schedule, but it's all for a good cause, I'd love to believe, because the first one was quite a long presentation, but I didn't want to cut it short either because I felt like our speaker had so much valuable information to give to you. So we let it go on. And I hope that the next one that's coming through will also just be as insightful as the one that we had before. I am calling on stage. I've been thinking, Doctor, you know, is she ophthalmologist? I don't know. I was like, this is such a tongue twister. But I don't want to ask her beforehand and look all perfect. Let me leave it as is and twist my tongue so that the ladies also go and do their own research. But somebody why she could have an MC. So I looked at that. I said, let me just leave it as an icebreaker. But Dr. Shengetai Gumiro is a specialist and he's a founder of a thriving private practice in Francistown in Botswana. She's originally from Manicaland and she began here her academic journey at St. David's Bonda before earning her Bachelor's of Medicine and Surgery from the University of Zimbabwe. After nearly a decade as a general practitioner, she pursued a Master's of Medicine in Ophthalmology. She'll come and tell you what it
out, filled with pride, because you're looking at how far you've come. I've spent 18 years in school, 13 years in school, and I'm just almost about to start living my dreams. I've been there, and some of you are quite anxious. I heard a lady, I forgot her name, was saying, I'm here because I want to decide what career I can do. I want to know what subjects I would need to do. So some of you are still at that stage where you're anxious. You want to know which career path to follow. So we are there to help you. So this is what this event is all about. So I'm going to share my story. So today it's a storytelling day. I'm going to share my story about how I became what I am, an ophthalmologist, which is an eye specialist. I'm a medical doctor. And I was sitting with Tanyara's friend a few minutes ago. She was asking me, have you always wanted to be a doctor? And she's shocked by the answer I gave her. What did I say, Tanya? I said, no, it's not anything that I ever dreamt of. Growing up as a little girl, I'd always wanted to be an air hostess, a flight attendant. How many of you thought along those lines? Just thought, I think it's things we saw on the TV. They looked so, so elegant. And it's something that I've always wanted to do. And then I went to high school. I started doing accounts in Form 3, and I loved accounts. So I then decided, okay, I think I need to be an accountant. And then people would write exams in June and in November. Commonly, people would write in November. But then my dad, he registered me for the June exams. So he said, I just wanted to reduce your workload so that you write less subjects come November. So he registered accounts and English for me. So accounts, we hadn't even completed the syllabus. I wrote the accounts, the English, I got an A, accounts, I got a B, but I was so proud of that B in accounts because I wrote it at a time when we hadn't completed the syllabus. And for me, this was the sign that I needed accounts. I wanted to be in accounts. And then the results came out. I did well. I think I had 6 A's, 1 B, 1 C in history. And then I was certain I wanted to do commercials. But just like Violet's story, things didn't happen that way. The schools that offered commercials, they told me, oh, you only have one commercial subject and it's a B. We have other students who had straight A's and they're more inclined towards accounts. So I rebelled. I told my parents, if I'm not doing commercials, I'm not going back to school. For a moment, my African parents didn't behave like the Africans that they are. They understood me. We went around to a couple of schools trying to see if I can find a place to do the commercials, and it didn't happen. And then the Africanness in my parents came back, and they told me, "Come on, the first term is almost over. You have to do something." And they sent me back to my former school, and I ended up doing MBC. I hated physics. I'd actually even dropped physics at Form 3. So that was the combination that made sense for me, maths, biology, and chemistry. So the first year of Form 5, I was not motivated at all. I would go home with my E's, my F's on my report card, nothing better than a D. Those are the symbols that I would take home. And then Form 6 first term, my dad called me and he gave me a little pep talk. My daughter, I know you can do better than what you're doing. I just want to remind you that the grades you get at the end of Form 6 will determine the career that you do. And after that pep talk, that was my turning point. That's when I said, you know what, this man is right. I have to start putting in the work. So my grades changed. It's not that I wasn't good. It was just that I was disappointed that I wasn't doing the accounts that I wanted to do. But after that pep talk, my mind changed. I started putting in the work. At the end of the year, I had my 14 points, which was good. And then the results are there. What's the next step? What do you want to do? I had absolutely no idea. I was clueless. Most of my friends were venturing into pharmacy. So I said, oh, okay, I'll join my friends in pharmacy. And then a couple of family members were like, 14 points. Why do you want to waste your 14 points? You know, with 14 points, there are a whole lot of other things that you can do. But in actual fact, they only meant one thing. They'll tell me there are a lot of things that you can do. And in university, I don't know if it's still the same, but the entry level for girls was a bit lower than for boys. I'm not sure if it's still the same. You can be anything that you want to do. And then they steered me into medicine, and that's how I started doing medicine. So I want us to draw some lessons from that first phase of my life. These lessons, for those who are in high school, I know there are a couple of girls who are in high school. Please don't be like me. Okay, it's important to explore your options early. I like that the lady here is saying, I want to try and figure out what it is that I have to do. So it's important that you explore your options early. But because when it comes to doing a career, you want to do something that you're going to enjoy, something that you're going to love. And when you start exploring your options, you then know which subjects you need to do. Because it's pointless spending a lot of time doing other subjects that won't help you to move towards your career. So it's important to explore your career. But how then do we explore those careers? How then do we explore those options? It becomes important to know yourself. I know for most at the age of 17, 18, we're still trying to figure out who we are. But you can sit down and ask yourself, so what are the things that I love? Which subjects excite me? Are you the person who gets into a history class and you're already falling asleep? Are you wide awake when it's your maths lesson? So it's important for you to figure out who you are so that you know what you can do. Because if your career is aligned to the things that you do, it becomes something that you'll enjoy. So it's important to figure out who you are. And also in exploring the options, you can't figure it out for yourself. I remember someone said, they're engineers, but you don't really know what engineers get up to. You can go on Google, Google give you a search, okay, civil engineer does that, but is that enough? That is not enough. So we are grateful for this foundation, Tinaye, because we hope that it will bridge the gap. So those who have questions, want to ask what an ophthalmologist does, what my day-to-day looks like, we have now these opportunities because of such a foundation as this one. And right now, whilst you're still in high school, there are also opportunities to do what is called job shadowing. Okay, you're on holiday, you can ring up some statistician that you know. Hopefully, I love that you said, how do we get to know these people? They never share their work on social media. So how do we have access to these people? But I'm sure with SheSTEMs, we'll be getting that access. So you want to be an actuarial scientist, you can ring up one. Okay, I'm so and so, I'm on holiday. Can I please come and do job shadowing? Spend a couple of weeks with you and see how you do your tasks every day so that you can decide what it is that you need to do. So that when your results come, you're not like Chenge, who had the right points, but she was completely clueless. So I ventured into medicine, not because it's something that I was passionate about. I never dreamed that I would end up being a doctor, but look at me. Here I am today. And it's also important, like there are some people who are fortunate in their schools. They get career guidance in their schools. So for most of us who went to mission schools, it's not anything that we had any exposure to. So trust me, these days you have many options to try and get the information, as much information that you need, so that by the time at least you're around A level, you have a couple of options. And I'm saying options because I'm sure Violet's story and my story, they're almost similar. We wanted to do one thing, we ended up in the other direction. The stars don't always align the way we want them to. So it's always important to have options. If option one doesn't work, you have option two. If option two doesn't work, you have option three. So I know we always have this one thing, I want to do this, but remove those blinkers and know that things don't always work the way that we want them to. So I did my 5 years in university. It was tough. Future doctor is going to be tough. There's a lot of work to do. Our typical day from Monday to Friday is lectures from 8 in the morning to 4 p.m. with a 1-hour lunch break. In first year, I had a student, she was doing a different program. In a day, she would probably have 2 lectures, that's 2 hours. And the rest of the day, she was free. But for us, 8 o'clock to 1, then a lunch break from 2 to 4. And that's how it is from first year to final year, which is 5 years. And others, they go for vacations. We have very, very short vacations. I think vacations are typically 3 months, I think, at college. We would probably go for 2 weeks. So others would go home and come back. They would leave us on campus, they go home, they are 3 months and come back, and we are still there. So it was quite taxing. And even when we had to go for vacations, you wouldn't completely rest because you'd know when we open the exams, either clinical exams, oral exams. So sometimes you'd take the time to go to the hospitals and attach yourself in certain departments so that you work on areas that you're lagging behind. The good thing, though, for me with university was I didn't have to make any decisions. I just had to get my pass. And trust me, in medical school, Jishiri, that's the order of the day. Those threes, because in medical school, when we write our exams, they say it's because you have to make decisions based on life and death. So if you're answering something, you have to be certain of it. So there is this concept of negative marking. So if you get something wrong, just know it's -1. So trust me, Jishiri is what we all thrived for, meaning 3. So very few, probably 1 or 2 would get the distinctions, the honors, but for most of us, it's just passing. So that's all that I had to do. I didn't need to decide a lot of things. I just had to pass my exams. Unfortunately, after passing, there were no interviews. I didn't have to go and see Miss Violet and the team. There were no fancy CVs to be written. We were just placed, we would have placed in certain hospitals to do our internship. And that's when now reality struck. You know, when you finish school, like I said, most of you are excited. When you graduate, you say, oh, now I can start living the good life. For me, I spent 18 years in school, 7 years in primary, 6 years in high school, 5 years in medical school. So I thought, yeah, I'd made it. I'm going to start living that life. I'm going to start driving the car that I want. Soon I'll be living in my own apartment. I can dress, I can buy all the clothes that I want. But and you know how it is when you're starting to work, the salary commonly comes after 3 months. So when that first salary came in, yeah, I almost got into depression. And by that time already, you have a lot of debts piled up because you're not earning, but you're supposed to buy food. So debts had piled up. So now when I looked at the salary, you hear others talking, but you don't think it's true, right? You hear people ahead of you saying, you know, that's money, but you think, they're failing to manage the money. The money gets in and I'm thinking this is for 3 months. What will happen now when it's just a salary for a month? So my expectations were up there, but reality was no. The expectations were here, reality was somewhere down there. So it was quite frustrating. And when people look at you, they think, oh, she's now a medical doctor, she's now successful, she's now moneyed. But that wasn't the case. But what could we do? We just had to continue working. And then fortunately, after a couple of years, I had to moved to one of the neighboring countries. And for the first time in my life, I had to write a CV, I had to go for a job interview, and I started working. So for me, that was a financial upgrade. I was now getting better money. So I was happy. I could get the bills paid. I could go to a car dealer and get the car that I want. Life was better. But as time went on, I started to resent my job. I felt overworked. You know, doctors, we do calls time and again. I didn't feel like I had enough time with my family. So I started resenting my job. And the resentment grew as time went by. And then there was a fire that started raging within me that, hey, I would ask myself questions. So is this the life that I'm going to be doing for the next 30 years? I can't live like this. So the fire grew hotter and hotter. And then I knew it was time for me to change things, to change my situation. So that's when I decided to enroll into a postgraduate program and specialized in the eyes. That's what ophthalmology is. So the things that I learned during that phase, for me, I'll call it the transition phase. You're coming from college, you've graduated, and you've started working. The things that I learned is one, first, you have to manage your expectations. It's there are very few people who can tell you that they are fortunate that they finished college and they got the job, their dream job. It's not the case for most people. I'm sure Violet actually alluded to that at some point she was pleading with them, okay, forget that I have a degree, can you use my diploma? So we don't often get the job that we hope for the first time we start working. Normally we start at the bottom. So it's important to manage your expectations. Yes, we are all eyeing that car. We are all eyeing living the good life, but it will not come immediately. So you need to know that and understand that. And also in managing your expectations, you'll then realize that along the way, if things are not working well for you, then you have to do something to improve. If your expectations are not being met, you need to do something to improve. And another thing that I learned during that phase is success. Let me ask probably one or two people, if you had to define success, how would you define it? Just one or two. Tanya, you're nearer. Yeah.
So I will take mine. It's a quote from my dad, which is, if at the end of your life you've made all the money, everyone knows your name, but you haven't changed a single life, you haven't succeeded.
Did we hear that? Okay. So she says, money, from what I got from her, money is not enough. You need to have changed someone's life for the better. Anyone else with a different definition of success? You're nearer to me. What does success mean to you?
Success can be differently.
Okay.
Something that you can achieve.
Yes. Okay. So success is something that one can achieve. Okay, there's another hand there.
I think success is fulfillment, choosing purpose over security. I think that's what success is.
That's her definition, fulfillment, choosing purpose over
Purpose over security.
Okay, thank you. So we see three different people with three definitions for success. If I look at my life then, when I started working, like I said, people would look at me and they think I'm successful. I had a job that commanded respect. You know, doctors, when you just get to a place and you say you're a doctor, people already give you the respect. You don't need to do much. So I had that job that commanded respect. I had a job that any parent would dream for their child. So people would look at me and they would think, she has made it. But when I looked at myself, I wasn't fulfilled. I was doing the job, but it was actually stressing me. I wasn't enjoying the job that I was doing. I did not have the financial freedom that people thought I had. So when it comes to success, you have to define what success is to you. We can't use the same yardstick to define success. So you also need to sit down and ask yourself, what is this that I want to achieve in my life? Whether it's in career-wise, you have to sit down and ask yourself, use your own yardstick to define your own success. And once you have that yardstick, that's when it becomes important now to ask yourself, how am I going to get there? We have had some discussions. People say you need to set goals, and goal setting is important. You need to set goals. If I'm to ask, I'm not going to do that, but ask yourself, in 2 years, where do I see myself? In 5 years, where do I see myself career-wise? In 10 years, where do I see myself? If you have no answer to those questions, then you need to figure that out, because that's how then you remain driven and remain committed to becoming the person that you want to be. So it's important to set goals, and it's important to set realistic goals. Okay. Look at yourself, look at your situation, and set realistic goals for yourself. And it's not about setting goals and ending there. You need to have a timeline. Okay, I want to have my own construction company. When? One day is not good enough. You need to be clear and see where the goalpost is so that you know where to kick the ball. So when you set your goals, you also need to set time frames, reasonable time frames. In 2 years, I think I can achieve this. I love how Violet is so certain with her life. She told us somewhere that she told her bosses that 5 years I'm going to be out of this place. So she had a plan for those 5 years. So when you set goals, also set time frames that are reasonable. So job fulfillment for me was lacking at that point. And then I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just be grumbling for the rest of my life. I went back and I did my master's. So it took me 9 years, 9 years to figure this out, that this was not working well. I went back to school. The postgraduate degree, it took 4 years. Was it different from the first time I was in university? Definitely yes. Because those 4 years, things had changed in my life. I was now married. I now had children, so I was in Murora. I had other responsibilities that I still had to fulfill. And still, the studies were still full time. So I had to do my full time studies, stroke job. After that, I had to study in between having a 6-month-old baby and all those other responsibilities. So it was definitely not easy. And also, the lifestyle also had to downgrade, right? I'm back in school. So money that we're using for other things now had to pay my school fees and also pay school fees for the children. So the lifestyle also had to downgrade. And my brain had been idle for several years. All I would do is go to work, sit in a consulting room, ask, oh, you have a flu. So my brain had been idle. So now having the brain to kick back into study mode, it wasn't easy. So, but I managed to do it. 4 years, I finished, and I got my master's in ophthalmology. And people always ask me, was it worth it? Definitely yes. It's an easy yes for me. It's one of the best decisions that I ever made in my life. When I look at my job that I do now, I own my own practice. So I'm my own boss. I have people, I did not do HR, but I have people that I can hire and fire as I will. Not that I do that. But, and basically it's the same job that I would do as a general practitioner. But it's in a field that I love, a field that I enjoy. Tanya was asking me, why did you choose ophthalmology? The eye, it's a small organ in the eye, but what can we? I just want you to close your eyes for 10 seconds. Close your eyes for 10 seconds. Imagine living your life like this for the rest of your life. You can't see what's happening around you. You can't see where that noise is coming from. You can't tell if you're in danger, if the next person to you is in danger. You can open your eyes. That's the job that I do, trying to restore sight. So it's quite fulfilling. I love my job. I have patients who come, they can't see today, you do surgery tomorrow, they can see and they're happy. So I love my job. It still does involve sitting in the office, asking questions, the same things that I did as a general practitioner, but now it's in a field that I liked. So the lessons for me were, I know some of you, you're still early in your careers and you're asking yourself, is this the right fit for me? Is this the right job for me? Some people, they can figure it out early. Violet, you figure out things early, right? She sends in a resignation the next day. She doesn't waste time. We're not all like that. Be gentle on yourself and trust the process. The more you do your job, you'll be able to figure out, is this what I want to do or it's not? And also, it's never late. We learned that already. It's never late to change the trajectory of your life. So if you're not happy with what you're doing, don't stick with it. Figure out what you have to do and change the trajectory of your life so that you end up doing a job where you feel like you're fulfilled. And when it comes to chasing our dreams, I know after when we start working, we are still chasing our dreams. If you remain in your comfort zone for too long, you have to ask yourself. I'm sure the previous speaker alluded to that. Don't stay in the comfort zone for too long. Because I know once you start working, you say, okay, I have the job, it's paying the bills, but there's more. You can actually aim to achieve better than what you're doing, but it all comes at a cost. It all comes with sacrifices. So it means sometimes you have to let go of certain things, take you back to school and improve yourself. And also making these sacrifices, it also comes with navigating uncomfortable parts, navigating areas that are quite new to you. They say the most difficult roads they often lead to the best destinations. So if things are going hard, you're asking yourself, is this worth it? What I'm trying to do, is this worth it? Just know eventually that difficult road, you're going to enjoy the destination, and you're going to give yourself a pat on the back for doing whatever it is that you're doing. And then other things that I learned in life generally is for us to succeed, you can't do it alone, right? You can't do it alone. Many times we rely on family. Family is the support they give us, they're there for us through thick and thin. But sometimes when it comes to the job spaces, our families, they don't understand. Some of them, they don't even understand the jobs that we do, the things that we have to go through. So it's important that outside the family, we also create support systems, systems that are able to understand, that know what's the struggles that I'm actually going through. And I'm grateful for this organization, She STEM's Foundation, because I'm sure it's going to be able to allow people to get the mentorship that they need. Mentor, someone who knows the job that you do, and they can identify with the problems that you do. So I'm sure that's something that's going to be facilitated. Because the mistake that most of us make in the workplace is we think, oh, if I have a problem at work, I can talk to my workmates. A workmate is not a friend, and a workmate may actually be a rival. You might be at the same level, but if there's a promotion, they're also eyeing the same promotion that you need. So a workmate is not probably the best place to ask. So it's important to have mentorship, people who have walked the same path and who can advise you accordingly. So thank you so much, Tinai, for this organization. I'm sure it's going to change, make an impact in people's lives. And also another thing that we need to understand, seeing people are sleeping, you know, it commonly happens after we've had something to eat. Can we please stand up? Can we please all stand up, please? People are dozing. I'm now speaking to myself. I wish there was music so that we could dance, hey? So that we could dance a little bit. Okay. I don't even know what I want you to do. Okay, let's just stretch. Okay, let's stretch. Yes, let's stretch. Arms up. We can turn around and we can sit down. I noticed people were dozing off. Okay, all right. So another thing that's important, as we try to improve our circumstances, is the power of association. You need networks to take you, to have the right networks to make a change in your life. They say your network is your net worth. So you need to associate with like-minded individuals, people who are as driven as you are, people who want the same things in life as you are. You are not competing, but you help to complement each other. So the people you associate with, they matter. They determine how far you go in life. So look around the people that you associate with and ask yourself, I'm not saying go and ditch your friends, but when it comes to the career space, you also need people who can push you to reach for those higher goals. And also, when I talk about association, I'm not just talking about people at par with you or people better than you. We often shun the people whom we think are less than us. One thing that I learned as I was doing my undergrad, my mother is a retired nurse. So during those short vacations that we would have, she would arrange for me, she was a midwife, to go to some of the hospitals and work with the midwives. I know most doctors, they'll say, what can I learn from a nurse? But there's certain things, there's a certain experience, a certain expertise that only comes with experience. So you might have that degree, you might have that master's, but never look down on someone who has experience, someone who has been doing this job over and over and over again. So when you talk about associations, it's not about just the people at the same level as you, but there are also people who might be beneath you, and there's always something that we can learn from them. And don't be content, like I said, in staying in one place. Okay, let's try to keep on elevating ourselves, studying. You have a day job, you enroll for these programs. These days, I believe things are even easier. Sometimes you don't need to physically attend a course, to physically go to a course. You can register for these online with accredited facilities, of course, and then you do your part-time studying. So things are even easier. So let's keep on working on ourselves. Let's keep on trying to improve our circumstances with continued learning, which can be virtual, which can be short courses, and always keep up to date with the latest trends. These days, I have patients who come into my consultation room and say, Doc, I am experiencing a floater in my eye, and Chat GPT told me it could be this, 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 this. So I want you to figure that out for me. So people are now, they've easy access to information. And imagine when someone tells me, okay, Doc, I've learned that there's this drug and I've never heard of it. I'll look stupid in their eyes, right? So it's important to always keep on upgrading yourself, keeping up to date with the latest trends. And as Violet said, life needs balance. Often, as we try to achieve, we tend to neglect other parts of our life. We tend to neglect the social aspect of our life. Our friends say, oh, let's go out to Lake Chiway, or let's go to this place. And yet, oh, I have an exam, I have to study, I have to do things. But let's remember not to neglect the other aspects of our life, because we only have one life and we need to live it fully. For us medical students, would be considered the nerds, which was probably true. We really didn't have enough time to go out and watch movies, but it shouldn't be the same. You should enjoy yourself in the feminine way, like what Tinaya was saying. So also live life to the fullest. When we are still young, if you have that opportunity and you want to go bungee jumping, go and do it. Because if you wait for a certain point and wait, say, okay, when I'm successful, when I've done this, it might happen at 50. And at 50 years, when you try and bungee jump, you might have a heart attack. It's not the right age for you. So try and enjoy life. Life should not stop because you're chasing your goals. Let's live our life and live our life to the fullest. So it's good to let down our hair and have fun, clean fun. So I've shared my story. That's basically my story. It might not be exciting to some, but that's my story. So I'll come back to those emotions that I talked about. Like I said, there are some who are anxious here. I'm still there. I'm still trying to figure out. I'm still pressing towards my success goals. I'm anxious. There are things that I still want to achieve in this life, and I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to do that. There are some of you who are excited. Like I said, I'm excited. I'm a boss. I just tell them on Saturday I won't be there, so don't book patients for me. So I love that life. Some of you are proud. I am definitely proud. I'm the first ophthalmologist in my clan, and I think it will remain like that for quite a while. So I'm proud of myself. I am proud of myself. So those emotions that you have, they are valid. We all experience them from time to time, but it's how we respond to them that matters. And how much time do I have left? Okay. So as I conclude, I just want to, there's a little note that I wrote for you, my little sisters, being the big sister that I am. So little sister, I see you. I see what you're capable of, and I hope you can see it too. Little sister, the career paths that we chose are said they're deemed to be difficult. But difficult does not mean impossible. Difficult does not mean you can do it. Little sister, please have the courage to chase your dreams. Whatever your dreams are, please choose yourself and pursue your dreams. Little sister, I can't walk this path for you. Like I said, I also have my own path to walk. But what I can assure you is myself and the other big sisters in this room, we are here to support you. Little sister, you can do this. You've got this. From your big sister, thank you so much. I hope I can sit, right?
Okay, maybe we can wait for questions.
Oh,
My goodness.
she was one of these. Hey, like, she was waiting. She was waiting. Yeah. Your name first and your question.
My name is Tariro. So my question, okay, I recently graduated this year, and I've been thinking, okay, I want to do a master's, I want to pursue my career and stuff. But then there are things that are being said by people, we as Zimbabweans, people are starting to say, no, if you further your education or pursue career, you won't find anyone to marry you, what. So I want to ask, at what stage did you then decide, okay, I want to get married and I'm also going to continue pursuing my career?
Yeah, it's my relationship. Congratulations, Tari, on your graduation. So I understand our culture. Um, people, it has been said that a girl child has to be married within this. There's a certain age range when it's expected of us to get married. There shouldn't be any pressure. The right man for you, you'll find the right man for you with your master's, with your PhD, who won't feel intimidated. Because I think people say that the more accomplished you are, men feel intimidated by you. But it depends on you how much you value marriage. It's a personal decision. For me, I got married when I finished my undergrad, my first degree, my bachelor's degree. That's when I got married. There was a young gentleman already lurking around. So the moment I finished school, I got married. But it shouldn't be a standard that you should get married at this point. Of course, there are men intimidated by learned women, but there are also other men who can handle you. So don't feel pressured, okay? Because in feeling pressured, you end up now just nongowira and also nyura futi. You get married and that man will tell you, no wife of mine is going to do any masters. No wife of mine. And now your dreams are squashed. So it's also important when you consider, when you think of life partners. Because like I said, it's part of the support that you need. So particularly data paper, when you have these conversations, would this person be able to support me? Would this person be okay with me actually advancing myself? But from a personal perspective, please don't disregard your dreams because of issues of marriage. The right man for that doctor that will be waiting for you. That's all I can say.
Hi everyone, I'm Skonzo Chuma, so I would love to ask. Score in short.
Thank you.
When I was reading your bio, I saw you are a proud wife, mother, and fitness enthusiast.
Yes.
So here is my question. I want to understand, how do you balance career, being a superwoman you are in your field, being a present mother? Lately, there are colors, there are projects, and also being a present, maybe wife to your husband.
Yes.
There's career, you want to do the best, you want to have your master's, you also want to have your doctorate, but your child is there. He also needs your assistance with color, with projects. At work, they need you to be there as the boss as well.
True.
So how do you navigate that? How do you do your masters? Be a present mother to your children, be a present wife to your husband, and also balance it career-wise.
Thank you. Very important question. I said it, life is all about balance. And unfortunately, we all have a 24-hour day. You can't stretch your day depending on the responsibilities that you have to do. So you have to come up with a plan and see how to fit things in. But like I said, when it comes to chasing your goals, support is also important. So support starts in the home. The person that you marry, they have to be quite supportive of you. Because if I have an exam tomorrow and I have to do my colors, my spouse should step in. Or if I have relatives, sisters, grandparents, I might need to study for my final exams. If I have family where I can shuttle the children over the school holiday. So support is important because it's difficult then to figure out all those things on yourself. And also it comes down to one thing like currently that I find that works for me is I plan my days. So I have a schedule. There are certain things that I do first thing in the morning, like my fitness routine. 5 a.m. I'm in the gym. I get that out of the way. My day starts. I go to work. 8:30. I'm slaying in my office as the boss until 5. Once I leave the office, I'm not Dr. Gumiro. I am Mrs. So and so. I'm mining. I go home and do what I have to do for my family. So it's all about balance and having the right support.
Any more questions? Oh, okay.
So mine is not a question. It's just an add on to I'm living the same full-time job, leadership job with a husband at home with 4 children. I've sent all of them to boarding school.
Yeah.
That's a decision. They are all in boarding, including the one that's in primary. They're in boarding school. Why? Because I don't have the time to do school run. I can't. If I had done that, I wouldn't be where I am. For others, other parents would make a decision to be with them. The other one is at Samo Centenary, the other one is at Richmond, the other one is at Shawasha, the other one is at Riverton. All of the 4 of them, all over, depending with the decision that we have to make for everyone. But I'm happy my witnesses are here. My day starts at 3 a.m. They know 3 a.m. To 5, I'm studying. I'm on the desk. 5 a.m. What happens? Intercom. Twee, the coach is at home for my training routine. And where is the husband? He's sleeping. And just after 6, I'm done with training. But what's the name we give Dad when it comes sadza eater? So he loves his sadza in the morning. And I don't have the maid to do it. Straight from training, I'm just going to bath and I'm in the kitchen doing his sadza before he goes to work because that's what he wants. So that's how I balance it. 8 o'clock, I'm in the office. And 4, sometimes it's the office and the board is also calling. I have to be available. But after 8, you look for me, you don't find me. I'm sleeping. So that's how I manage my day.
I don't know. I feel like adding on here. I'm not married. Just a disclaimer, no children. It's just me. But I feel like this balance thing applies to everyone, not just married women, but even in your life. You're students in your daytime. You go back home, you're a daughter, you're a sister. So there is a part of I don't want to. I hate using the word balance. It's prioritizing at some point because and depending on the time frame. If you're a morning person, like she said, in the morning she's prioritizing your workouts and not the rest. So can we really call that balance? Because the other two are suffering when she's prioritizing this. I've decided to prioritize my career, which is why I'm not married, just by choice, by the way. I just said at this point in time, for the next so many years, which I'm about to come to an end of, then I can start thinking about marriage. But in this space, I'm choosing to prioritize myself. I'm furthering my education. I'm getting the jobs that I want now when there's no one to dictate how I move. So it was very willful that I don't have a child, I don't have a husband, because there's no one else to worry about aside from myself and my parents, which, by the way, they understand this girl has a life to pursue of her own. So this life balance thing, don't think it just applies to the big professionals. It applies to you. Study time. Unfortunately for university students, it's detected. You study from 8 until 5, and then whatever else you do after that is up to you. But in adult life, it's the reverse. You're dictating an entire 24-hour cycle. So it just depends on what you're choosing to prioritize in a specific time. I hope it's useful. Any other question? Maybe the last one before I close it off.
My name is Anele, and my question is, what skills do you think prospective medical students should possess?
Prospective medical students. Okay, so the skills that one you need to possess is English. Huh? Okay, she's saying 14 points. Okay, that's not a skill, right? So the one of the skills you need to have is definitely discipline. Discipline, because like I said, the program is quite involving, so you need to be quite disciplined. You need to be someone focused. Okay. Medical school is different from high school. Anyway, college life in general is different from high school. You have to be able to plan out how you're going to do things. So you need to have that focus, be able to focus things, because no one will do it for you. No one is going to tell you that you need to study from this time to that time. All you have to do is, and no one cares even if you attend your lectures or not. No, there's no register like what is done in school. So you need to be disciplined. You need to be focused, and it's not going to be easy, like I said. So you also need to have that mental fortitude. Okay, you're going to write a test. You are going to get a 49%. Like I said, there's negative marking. It can discourage you so much. So you need to have that mental fortitude. Okay, this is just one test. There are going to be other tests. I have to push with the other tests so that at least my average in this course at the end of the semester is above and I can get my 3 when I write my exams. But you need to really prepare yourself. Know that there are going to be sacrifices along the way. You're not going to be able to attend every wedding, every bridal shower that's going to be there. So you need to know that you're going to sacrifice a lot of, to let go of a lot of other things. Yeah. What else have I left out? Okay. If I think of anything, I'll look for you and we'll discuss it. Okay. Yes.
All right, ladies, that brings an end to this panel. Thank you so much. Don't get you up and running. Is there any lady who's wearing red? I need ladies who are wearing red. Yeah, anyone with red, please come forward. If you have anything red on you, I need three ladies in red. I know there's one. There's another one there. Do I have a third one? Which one? Where's the third? Okay. Anyone in green? I see one here. Do you have two more? She's got green. She has green. Okay, I just need 3 people. Yeah, come to the front, please. All right, so red team, I need you on my left. Green team, I need you here. So I've got a list of random facts. I know it sounds scary. It's fine. So whatever you do, you have to decide, yeah? You discuss as a team. These facts, you're going to tell me if it's a fact or not. Yeah, but you'll discuss. I'll give you a chance to discuss. The first one is women were the first computer. If you think it's true, you move forward. If you think it's false, you take a step back. Women were the first computers. You can discuss as a team. I'll give you a minute to discuss. If you think it's a fact, you take 2 steps forward. Okay. Red team thinks it's a fact. Green, you think it's a fact? Are you sure? And if I tell you no, do you want to reconsider? Are you certain? All right. You're actually all right. It is a fact. It is a fact. So there is a movie that was enacted, yeah, before machines. Computers were actually people. And many women that's at NASA's space missions also depended on them. If you've watched the movie Hidden Figures, you've never. So this is your call out to go and watch it. It's actually based on a true story. We can go back to our default. Fact number 2. The Barbie doll once had a math textbook that said math is hard. Barbie doll once had a math textbook that said math is hard. Do you think it's a fact or it's fiction? Fact or fiction, ladies? Fact or fiction? So we don't have Babylon enthusiasts here, do we? So you should know. Oh, you want to guess? All right. So let's give them a countdown. Floor. We need a decision, ladies. Fact or fiction? You think, okay, fiction from here. You guys, you're also saying fiction. You're both wrong. It's a fact. It is a fact, actually. From 1992, Tinto Barbie, they came with places like math class is tough. And after backlash from educators and feminists, Mattel removed it. So we've actually come a long way since then. Yeah. I'll ask you guys to take your seats. Thank you. I'm seeing so many people in white, yeah? Any three volunteers who are wearing white? White, yeah, there's one here. If you don't come, I'll pick you up. Anyone in white who wants to volunteer? Okay, it's a fun exercise though. Okay. Well, I need someone, a third team member for Team White. Vanessa, you're wearing white. All right, we've got another one there. Which other color can we pick out? Lady in pink. Yeah, we've three people in pink actually. We've got one, two. No, but she can come because then she'll be cheating. Yeah. So 1, 2. What's the third one? Should we risk? White. Are you comfortable with having her on Team Pink? Okay. And they said no. Oh, there's another one here. All right. Yeah, so I'll give you another 2 rounds. Same rules apply to you as well. I think the next one is quite simple, though. Humans only use 10% of their brains. Fact or fiction? 2 steps forward if you think it's fact. If you think it's fiction, stay where you are. You guys can discuss as a team. Humans only use 10% of their brain. Is it fact or is it fiction? Is it fact or is it fiction? Okay, Team White, you're saying it's a fact. Team Pink, you're saying it's fiction. All right. Are you sure you want to? Have you made up your mind on the answers that you have? Okay. So it's actually not true. It's fiction. So Team Pink is correct. Team Pink is correct. This is one of the most persistent myths out there. And brain scans show that we virtually use all parts of our brain. Yeah. So if you thought we used 10%, you were also lied to. And you believed a lie. Unfortunately. The last one for you teams, the Eiffel Tower grows taller in summer. Is it a fact or is it fiction? If you're a scientist, you know this one. Or a science enthusiast at best, the Eiffel Tower grows taller in summer. Fact or fiction? You think it's a fact? You think it's a fact? You are all correct. It is indeed true. Expansion and contraction. Yeah, so when it heats up, the metal expands, so it grows slightly taller. We're talking less than an inch, probably. It's not a big difference, but it is something that people just like to talk about. Thank you so much, ladies. That was fun, right? Yeah, just to learn something new. So we have a third group, or do we close it off here? Does anyone want to come forward? I'll ask some volunteers, a mixed group. You want to model? Okay, cool. You can come. Anyone wants to volunteer? 6 ladies that just want to come up out of random. No one? Okay, yeah, you can come up. I'm looking for 6 people. 3 on each team. So this is team 1. Team 1 is complete. Anyone on team 2? Okay, we've got 1. 2 more ladies to support another one. Okay. We need 1 more for team 2. One last one, team 2. Shall I give? Okay. Thank you for making life easy for the rest of the room. Because I was going to ask the team members to pick who they like to join their team. Okay, same rules apply, ladies. So this one here you probably heard of in high school. So I think it's a good starting point, yeah? Lightning never strikes the same place twice. Is it a fact or is it fiction? Lightning never strikes the same place twice. Fact or fiction? If you think it's a fact, take 2 steps forward. If you think it's fiction, you stay where you are. Please discuss as a team. Ladies, are we reaching a consensus? Shall we give them a countdown? Okay, 5, 4. Okay, so everyone thinks it's a fact. Okay, wrong footing to start on. Because you're wrong. It is actually flap. It's not true. It is not true. So lightning actually loves tall structures. The Empire State Building gets struck about 20 to 25 times a year. So yes, lightning can strike the same place twice. Yeah, it's all about the height. So overall, okay. Sugar makes kids hyperactive. Do you think it's true or false? I know we talk about sugar rush a lot. Do you think it's true that sugar gives children hyperactivity? Everyone thinks it's a fact. Are you sure? Are you sure? You're wrong. It's actually another fluff, hey? It's not true, it's just a myth. Because otherwise, we all eat sugar, we would all be hyperactive, right? So yeah, multiple studies have shown no link between sugar and hyperactivity. The hype is usually about the situation and not the sugar itself. So children are generally just excited and energetic people, and it's nothing to do with their diet. Yeah. Sorry, ladies. Better luck next time. But a round of applause to all of our participants in this fun icebreaker. I mean, this night wouldn't be what it is without you, the participants, right? And without you, the attendees. So thank you for making it an exciting program. We will have a panel discussion later on. Most of our speakers are here. In fact, all of our speakers are here. So if you've been wondering, but sometimes anything from them is because they're coming up a bit later. That's on the panel. Part of our panelists, we have Cheryl Mangisi. She's a civil engineering technician. We'll tell you more about her later. There's also Claire Nuri, and she is a tech entrepreneur at Clarity Smart Technologies. We'll also get to give you more information about her. Siposami Musika is here as well. She's a clinical research pharmacist and an entrepreneur. She's got a skincare range, yeah? Vuka Skin. So if you guys want to know about how to make your skin pop and, get that summer glow, she's the person for that, and she'll be telling us more about it. Tanyana Randiamba is also here. She's a global health researcher. She'll be joining in the panelists on the panel as well. And we have Chinaye Muzeyi, who, of course, is the brains behind this event. she'll be also on the panel. So that's something that all of you can look forward to as well. But we've got another activity that will take us to lunch. And this activity will require everyone to be split into 7 teams. I'm not sure how many of us are here. Vanessa, do you know how many we are here? All right, regardless, I will have you in teams of 7. Anyway, if we have any remainder, we'll work out how that goes. So what I want to do is you say your number. We'll start off with 1 until 7. When we get to 7, the next person starts at 1 until you get to the other 7. Just pass on the mic. So whoever is on team 1, listen to who else has a 1 because that's your team member. Let's go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
1,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1,
okay. 2 here.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6 there. 5 to 6. You become 7. 7.
1, 2, 3,
4. 5.
6,
7. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So everyone's got their number now. All the ones, I want you to be set at the same table. Maybe everyone who's got number 1, you move here. Number 2, here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as we go. Just find your tribe. Find everyone, find your 1s, every 2, find your 2s, until we get to a group of 7s. Let's make sure the room is well balanced though, so that we don't have a corner that's overpopulated and an empty corner. So yeah, find a tribe, please. We need to also determine how balanced we are. You keep your bags at your former tables because you're going back to your you're going back to your actual spot after the exercise is done. Are the teams complete now? Group 1, are you complete? Everyone who's on team 1, are you there? Team 1, are you complete? You can take the other chairs if you don't have enough seating in your group. Everyone is found their tribe, is it? How many people do we have on group 1? Seven people on group 1. Group 2, how many are you? 8. Group 3, how many are you? Where's group 3? You're at 7. Group 4? Where's group 4? Or there's 8 of you. Group 5, how many? 8. Group 6? 6. Group 7? Okay, so group 6 and anyone. Are you guys okay with staying in 6 or you want an extra person? You're okay with it? It's not, it's, okay, so the exercise is not determined by how many people are part of the group. So what we're doing here is testing out your logic, really, and your emotional intelligence. I know these are words that were thrown around a lot today. So each team, we will give you a scenario. So you need to either solve the challenge or the problem. So you'll have a short time to think it through, discuss, come up with a solution. You choose a group member who will come to the front and tell us why you have chosen to deal with the situation in that way. So I will let that be your honest, that you choose one team member who will represent you. This person can do a proper presentation. That's the one that will come to the forward. So group 1, please listen carefully. Let me start with group 7. I'll look like I'm biased towards group 1. Group 7, your scenario is a mentor who crosses a line, right? So you finally find a mentor in your field, someone who is influential and who is connected. But their messages have started to feel a bit personal and slightly inappropriate. They compliment your appearance often and they suggest catching up over drinks late at night. How do you handle the situation whilst protecting your career and your mental safety? So this is a mentor. You've approached this person, they've agreed to mentor you, but they've started getting inappropriate. They're sending you messages that feel a bit too personal, and they're suggesting that you meet up at private places that are really not ideal for a work setting. How do you address the situation and why? So you guys can discuss, you can put down your notes on paper. Please, you are protecting your career and your mental health. Those are the two biggest things. This is group 4. So yours is a pay-to-play innovation. Yeah. So you've created an incredible application that helps girls in low-income schools access STEM learning. Investors love it, but they want to turn it into a subscription model, arguing it's the only way to scale and to keep it sustainable. You know the target audience cannot afford to pay. Do you compromise access for growth? Is it better to teach 1,000 girls for free or 10,000 who pay? Who gets left behind when innovation goes commercial? So that's your scenario. You have an application. You're saying you want to make it free. You're not worried about who it gets to for as long as it's free. Investors love your idea, but they argue that if you're going to scale it up and reach more people, it has to be paid for. So what are you choosing? Are you choosing less people and make it free? Are you choosing more people and they pay? So you tell us which decision you make and why. Okay. This is group 3. So yours is a gosh in the patent office. Your brilliant thesis idea was shared with a visiting professor from another institution. Much later, you see that the professor has filed a patent using your framework. By the way, a patent is intellectual property. So if you have an idea, you put a patent on it so that no one else steals it. So what it basically does is it seals your name on it. It's the same thing as if I choose to call myself Queen Nicole and I put a patent on my name, no one else can call themselves Queen in Zimbabwe. Yeah. Just to so you guys understand. So this professor comes, you share your idea with them, they like it. Instead of helping you, they steal the idea and they put the patents on the idea. So they've basically stemmed it as their own idea. And they've used your framework, but with slight modifications. You were not credited, neither were you contacted. Your supervisor says that's just how academia works sometimes. Do you fight it? Do you risk relationships and reputation? What power do you really have when you're early in your career, and what would you advise someone else to do? So you're a student, you give your idea to your professor steals that idea. Are you fighting them? Are you fighting the institution? Are you ruining your reputation as you fight back? What is your best course of action and why? That's your challenge. Your challenge here. The mentor with a reputation. We're back with the mentor. So you've just started a prestigious internship, and your assigned mentor is one of the most respected figures in your field. She's brilliant, she's connected, and she's known for opening doors. But you quickly discover she has a reputation for being difficult, for being harsh, and for being dismissive to younger women. Some say she's just a product of surviving in a male-dominated industry, and some say she is part of the problem. Do you stick it out in the hopes of learning from her or request a new mentor and risk being seen as ungrateful or soft? And what happens when your greatest opportunity comes with personal discomfort? And what does leadership really look like to you? It's a tricky one, I know, but that's the situation. So break it down. So this group, your group 2. Yours is the social media backlash. Yeah? I know most of you here are on social media. You post a TikTok showing your daily life as a woman. You show everything that you do from your side work to your gym sessions. And whilst many women comment that it's inspiring, some male peers mock it and say you're too focused on aesthetics and you're not serious about your career. Do you address the criticism publicly or do you change your content? So basically, someone comes and says, you're not serious. You can't be showing your entire life on social media. You're just trying to be aesthetic. You're seeking clouds. Do you address that publicly or are you going to just change your content in silence? So tell us your answer and why. And then the final group, this is the gender quota dilemma. I know you guys have heard about the quota system, right? Some of you haven't. So the quota system gives you an opportunity by merit. And not by merit, actually, just by physical construct, as in this case, just by the fact that you're female, you're either admitted into parliament or medical doctors need 15 points, but because you're a girl, we'll admit you because only 10. So something like that. So you're on a hiring committee for a major technology company. 2 final candidates remain. One is a woman who meets all the job requirements, and the other is a man whose qualifications slightly exceed hers. Yeah? The woman is qualified, but the man has something slightly better than hers. Company policies recently introduced a diversity target to ensure more women are hired into leadership roles. The committee is divided. Some argue that diversity targets are essential to counteract systemic bias, and others are saying choosing anyone but the most qualified candidates undermines meritocracy. So meritocracy is you get the job based on merit, basically. So do you vote for the woman to support long-term equity, or do you choose the candidate with stronger credentials? Can equity and merit truly coexist, or does one always have to come at the cost of the other? So you have a woman who's qualified, a man who's slightly overqualified. Yeah. Your company policy is saying we want diversity in the workplace, but others are saying why should we afford this opportunity just because she's a woman and he's a man? We should look at what they have to offer on the table. Which candidate are you choosing over the other and why? So that's your exercise. So, ladies, I think it's 11 minutes to 1 now. I'll give you until 1 o'clock to deliberate on your answers. You will. Oh, we've got one group. It's in a dilemma. I'm going to ask you guys to split up and join the other groups because I only have 6 dilemmas here. Yeah, sorry about that, ladies. So maybe one of each of you can join so that you're part of the activity. Just choose whatever group you like. Very Vashoma, so we can have 2 on that group, and then 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1. So you've got until 1 o'clock to come up with the final answers. Yes? All right. Let me come. Hmm. Yeah, I gave him this history. I was just. Oh, yeah, application. Oh, okay. So yours is when they create an application, right? But you need an investor to come on board to get this application running. Investor comes and says you can't make this application free. No fun with a subscription. So the question was, would you rather have it be free and reach lesser people, or would you rather have more people subscribing and each going to more people? So if it's free, we're looking at 1,000 and under. If it's paid for, we're looking at 10,000 going up. Yeah, so if it's free, it will reach lesser people because now you can't upscale it. But because investors need to once with an application they need to reach more people, I can only give you money if you're making it payable. Yes. So Canadian subscriptions, we're looking at 10,000 people minimum. But Canadian free, we're looking at 1,000 going under because I'm not mad to scale up. So what would you rather do? Make it free and reach less people, or more money and more people?
Like when you say muertos going under, I was thinking, yeah, so like, make it free. Those who see it are now benefiting. Can now do holiday, and then you don't pay.
Yeah. So literally just deliberate. You've got 7 minutes left. 7 minutes left, ladies, until you start coming up for your presentations. 4 minutes left, ladies. Two minutes left, ladies. Ladies, our time is up. Our time is up. Are we ready? Can the group leaders please stand up? Group leaders. Group leaders, if we can see you. All right, so I'm picking at random, yeah? The groups that are starting. You tell us your name as the group leader. You give us a brief overview of your scenario and what conclusion you've reached as a group. And then the rest of us can contribute to their final result.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Professor Mpindu and I will be representing Group 3. So our scenario was I am a student with a bright idea. A professor was asked to come so that I can present my idea. Then after the meeting, I see that he has published my work under his name with patents and all the stuff and claims that it is his. So how do I navigate the whole situation? Do I risk ruining my image? Do I fight? And what advice do I have to give to other people who will be facing the same problems? So as a group, we have discussed and seen that this is a common thing that is happening in the industries nowadays, whereby the ideas are being stolen or being copied or whatever. But we've decided not to fight. This is a prominent person, and also since the scenario was he changed some of the frameworks in my ideas. Copyrights give him the right to claim the ideas as his. So in this situation, he has all the right to claim the idea. So the advice that we could give to other people is that every time you are introduced to a professor, to someone, it is the right decision to sign some contracts so that you protect your ideas and everything that you have worked hard for.
Okay. I have a question to the floor. Do you guys agree with what they're saying about copyrights and patents? Because if you alter it slightly, that gives them the right to steal it. Is it true or false? Anyone? It's actually false. Yeah, the same applies to music. If I steal your bass line in a song, the owner of that song can sue me. It's as simple as that. So, yeah, I understand where you're coming from with the copyrights, but even the with him altering your framework slightly, the entirety and the base of the idea is yours still. So no, they cannot claim copyrights to that. We have a hand here. Are you adding on to the copyrights? The question, the scenario. Or you have a question? So the idea was not patented. You're having a discussion in a classroom set up like this. There is also that. So there are two factors here, organizationally and personally. I, as a creative, I have shows that I have given to ZBC. I'm a creative. I'm a presenter. I think I've given them like 5 show ideas. Even though they are my brains, I can't claim them to be mine because I'm working under the institution. So, based on the salary that they give me and the contracts that I signed, whatever work is produced during the premises of ZBC, I owe it to them. And it goes as far as in my personal life. If I choose to create a different project, unfortunately, this is how contracts work. If I decide to make a project young within personally and they like the idea, they can sue me. I could have produced it for them and not for myself. So those are some of the things that also come into play. So sometimes when you're getting into these scenarios, you also need to understand the contractual perplexities and your contractual obligations. How far are you willing to say yes to? And what are you saying no to?
I just want to chime in to what you were saying. When it comes to the academic field, there are also some regulations within the institution that guard against that. So that guard against the situation where a professor can go with your idea and not include you. So you could have still, in that scenario, in your scenario, I wouldn't have agreed to just back down. I would have at least taken it up at institutional level, at least to see what I could do, what the regulations are, or what the laws say in that regard. Because some institutions will allow you to do not allow professors to do that. Like you cannot just take, just because we were discussing something, you cannot then take that idea and then claim that it's yours. You know, so it's like I feel like it's in between, it's here and there. So it's really up to you, Kuti, just how much do you believe in that idea and how far are you willing to go for it.
And also sometimes I don't think it's necessarily a fight of this has to be mine, but it's also to have my name on it because that's your reference and that's your blueprint. I know at our time, I think this was probably 3 or 4 semesters before I joined MSU. There's a guy that came up with the online system that MSU runs on Changamire. If any of you know of that. So Changamire, what he basically did was he transformed your student ID into your access card. You could put money into it, so it acted like your ID/bank card. This thing could log you into Wi-Fi. You could gain access into the library. You could put money to buy food electronically in the university's canteen. So you didn't need cash anyway, as long as you were on campus. And that entire system was designed by a student. They got credit for it. But it's only because he also stood up for himself. I wish he would have gone as far as claiming commission for it, because imagine how many more semesters came after that, and how many more universities also started adopting the same system. So he could have gained so much more from a product that he designed as a student on campus. So I think also let's not limit ourselves sometimes thinking, that timidness of, oh, I'm just a student, they'll never take me seriously. Trust me, if they like your idea and if it's a great one, they will listen. They will listen. But one thing that also struck me, I don't know if anyone in the room shares the same sentiment of you don't want to fight an institution because of the size of the institution. Again, it's a very thin line, because an institution can either concede because they're trying to protect a reputation. So never let the size of a company stop you from getting your rights. Imagine a nasty headline comes out. I mean, it happened in our workplace. It was a culture of sexual exploitation all throughout. And one day, a female came and said, I've been sexually exploited. And this thing was pasted everywhere. You might have seen the headlines yourselves. It was so bad that the Minister of Information had to come down. And guess what? A whole director was let go of. I don't think it was because of the act itself. It was because they wanted to uphold a name. Because now you can't be this company and you're allowing these things to happen. So be bold. It's not all the time that the scale tips in your favor, but also I'm saying sometimes it's worth taking a risk. Yeah. I don't know if anyone has an add-on to their scenario. Any add-ons? Are you done with your presentation? All right, let's give them a round of applause. So these are things that happen. You can be a student, you can be in the workforce as well. I know most of us think students get the hard stick all the time, but even people who are in the workforce, they're having the hardest times of their lives as well. And they're battling. Do I claim because my supervisor did this to me? Or I'll be fired. Or all the other ladies will be looking at me saying, can't you say yes to this opportunity? Because if you say yes to your boss, you get life easy. Or they look at you, there's this victim assault culture. So sometimes it's not that people don't have stories to tell, but they're scared of the implication. And it boils down to you. Are you going to buckle to that pressure, or are you going to change the environment? Let's move to your group. Who's the leader? Someone pointed to you, Vanessa.
Good afternoon. My name is Tadiwa Chipanga and I'll be representing Group 5. So our question or scenario rather was, you've just started a prestigious internship and your on-site mentor is one of the most respected players in the field. She's brilliant, she's connected, she's known for opening doors, but quickly discover that she has a reputation for being difficult, being harsh, or for being dismissive to younger women. Some say she's just a product of surviving in the male-dominated industry, and some say she's part of she's part of her company. Do you stick it out in hopes of learning from her, or request a new mentor and risk being seen as ungrateful or soft? So we have concluded that this question is very much dependent on you as an individual. To a greater extent, I think that as some of our speakers here today, life isn't always going to be comfortable. You shouldn't stay in a space where you feel comfortable. And being with a mentor that challenges you and brings out that discomfort is a representation of you in the real world. People are not going to cuddle you. People are not going to be soft on you because you're soft. Life is going to be difficult. I was giving an example of how when we're looking for schools for my son, there's a school in particular that says, oh, everyone is a winner. We're going to give you a trophy. We're going to give you a trophy because you participated. But I want a school that challenges my son and puts him in a position that he knows, okay, we competed, I lost, and I won. So being with a mentor that then gives you, sorry, I lost my chain of thought. Being in a position where you have a mentor that's harsh to you also prepares you for the real world in the future. I don't know if I left anything else. Did I?
No, so as a group, you're basically saying,
but
stick it out.
Yes, but on the contrary, there are people that feel overwhelmed by that. There are people that feel drained and uninspired to be in that specific field by reason of having someone that's too hard on them. So if that is the case for you as an individual, it might be wise to then look for someone who's better suited to you. Yeah.
Okay. So my question to the floor is, would you rather be in a comfortable work environment? And by comfortable, I don't mean not challenging. I mean challenging as in, encouraging you to take up new space, getting on new endeavors, or would you rather stay where none of that happens and it's nice?
Hi. I think being in a challenging environment is okay, but I also feel like there is a thin line between somebody who is hard on you to nurture you, or that's somebody who's hard on you to demotivate you. Like as women, we have this trait that we're going to tell each other, fix each other's crowns, do that. But then on the actual ground, if you do that, they'll see you and they'll want to compete and be better than you. They don't want to learn from you. They don't want to help you achieve better so that you can pick them from the ground. They just need you to know, okay, I'm there, you're there. So basically, it all comes down to you as a person. Okay, where is your limit? Am I happy with this kind of pressure? Or this kind of pressure now is affecting everything from mental, spiritual, and everything. Because the job stated because we have a lot of things that we need to cover. But then it all comes down to Paul to go through that pressure that is coming from your boss. Is it giving you space to wake and reflect, and you're going to grow okay, because I had done this, so I need to fix on this. Or you're always going to be every time so I think we should just be at a point we look at the boss kuti pressure yawe iri kubva papi. Because pamwe pacho she's coming from a position where she grew because she was pressured. So she only knows that as the only way of teaching. So you have to talk to her if you can, but then it's difficult. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else with a different opinion? Anyone else with a different opinion? All right. Thank you. So just a couple of weeks ago, I think. How many of you here listen or watch podcasts? And I don't mean your Zim celebs and your goers. I mean like business-related podcasts. The Diary of a CEO. How many of know of it? No one? You know of it? Yeah. There's an episode, I think they had Jeff Bezos on it, and it was speaking about his experience with Steve Jobs. Did you watch that? And Jeff Bezos was saying how Steve Jobs was a very hard to please boss. So hard that he would curse in your face. All the obscenities you can think of, you'd say in your face. And so hard that even when his marketing team came and said, boss, we don't think this product will sell, he'd say, I tell the consumer what they want, and they will buy what I want them to buy. Now, I want you to put those at a juxtaposition, that attitude. Imagine someone saying to you, you're a loser every day. But when you walk out that office, you're the greatest man because you've just marketed Apple. You've just broken ground. You're the first company to come up with iPods. What would you rather have? Would you stay in that environment? Your boss tells you you're nothing. I tell you what to do here. But you step out the door. Oh, you guys are doing so great. We see the products that you're coming up with. So that's food for thought. It's growth outside of the company, but in the company, do you feel appreciated? Is the external validation more important than your internal thoughts and your agility? Yeah. Let's come to you, ladies.
Good afternoon, everyone. So our situation was we're basically at the final round of applications. You've got a choice between a male who has slightly a bit more qualifications than you require for the job, and then a woman who is qualified for the job. The company has already decided to put in place a quota system. And then I think the final question was, can meritocracy and equity exist in the same place? So after having a discussion, we've agreed that we would choose the woman as the person to get into the position. Firstly, because that's what the company is now gearing towards, but also because we believe that in terms of the starting line, it might feel like we're starting at the same footing from the outside, but women in general, especially given the African context, tend to have a bit more responsibilities, right? You wake up, you need to make sure the kids are ready for school, you need to make sure that the house is clean, you are doing this even before you have your own home, even when you're in your parents' house, you have to deal with a little bit more responsibilities than males generally have, right? So we think that a woman getting to a position where she's qualified for the job and a man only slightly above usually reflects that the woman has put in a lot more effort into this. But more so, we believe that if you're already qualified for the job, then we can train you, or the company can allow you to continue to grow yourself as a person while meeting the company's goal of meeting the quota. And then an issue that was also kind of raised amongst us is that then there might be an issue of, oh, people know that you were not the most qualified candidate in the job, right? But we believe that the thing is, almost always when a woman enters into a role that is considered male, in a male dominated field, a managerial position, or anything like that, they will have to prove themselves. Whether you came in with a PhD plastered on your name, you still need to do that. So we think that women can and will have to prove themselves. And obviously, she'll continue to upskill and help us meet what the company needs. Yeah.
All right, I have a question for you. If I then came forward and said, you guys have been fighting for equity, gender equality, that means, oh, women are just as capable as men. What's your counter to that? If I come and say, well, you taking me based on the quota system is undermining my intelligence because I couldn't just come in with the same qualifications as the men.
Okay, so to that question, while we understand that in general, women are as capable
and some of them even more capable than men, right? Right now, the system is just not built to show that. The system has biases all over that have allowed men to shine for too long. And I think the time that has been spent in terms of women empowerment and getting them to a level of equity is not yet enough to counter for centuries of disadvantages. So until we get to such a point that we can say, no, you know what, people are really getting equal opportunities. Women are not being stopped from going to school because Mara is kukwana so mkomana ngaende. Women are not being taken out as, you are the token we're giving out when it's drought season and we want to make sure the family is fed. Chief said, give me your 16-year-old. Until we get to such a point, then women can use all the boosts that they can get. Yeah.
All right. I'll bring this to the floor. Thank you. You can give them a round of applause.
She's a good speaker. Should have done well in debate and public speaking. But this is a question that I want to throw to the floor. Do you believe that there's bias in the workplace specifically and the scale tipping more towards men and not women? Do you think that's what's happening now? Yeah.
Um, I think in the workplace, particularly in terms of like hiring or even like what's this? Like, let's say we're talking about scholarships or admissions or whatever. I think the scales are starting to balance out. All because of like the quota systems that we have going on. Um, but I still think we're a very long way from having like that balance. We're still gonna have like that disadvantage as females. And I think in the West it's a bit more balanced as opposed to here. Here I still feel like the scales are still like hugely imbalanced.
So, in your opinion, we should keep the quota system for now. This is something that was actually debated in real life, eh? If, in case you were not aware. I'll come to our HR expert here.
Um, in my opinion, I think the quota system is good, but I feel like we shouldn't just take females just because we're taking females. Like if I mean if the male candidate, for example, is like excessively more qualified as opposed to the female, like come on.
So we're choosing meritocracy.
I mean, I'm biased. I'm like in between because I feel like we as women are also just as good, if not better.
Could it actually be situational though?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because I was having a conversation with her earlier and just speaking about if we're to look at the management layout now and how many women have taken up managerial positions. We have more women in the workforce, but just fewer at the top. So could perhaps this meritocracy be situational? Maybe? Anyone to answer?
I think it has to do with how men and women are perceived in the workforce. I'll explain. When a man gets married, he is perceived as organized. He's perceived as like he's now the perfect person to promote because he's got a family, right? When a female gets married, it stunts her career advancement because now they're thinking, no, she's now married, she has wife duties, she has kids if she wants to have kids in the future, and all of that. They are now taking that into consideration, and they well purposefully stunt her growth as opposed to the men. The men, it's like if you get married, it's almost immediate, like, okay, there's a promotion.
lurking for you. For women, it's the complete opposite. So I think that could be like a major contributing factor to it.
And just to add on to the irony, the opposite is actually true.
If you're not married, you're not serious about life. I don't know why society gives value for a woman and equates it to marriage. They say you can't commit because your life isn't stable. You're crazy. You're a crazy black woman because no man wants to be around you. Okay, fine. Now I'm married. She's a woman. She's going to prioritize her family. So what do you want? If you're young, it's just too much immature. A man who is the same age as you, wanting to do the same thing as you, is more ambitious, ironically. And then if you tip the scale also, you're older. She's too old. Experience does not count. So then I wonder if some of these things that we think setting women back, are they actually, or is it just an entire society that needs a wholesome cleansing of some sort?
So at the end of my pre-med course, one of our lecturers, who was also a medical doctor, sat down her female students and she said, "Girls, when you're going for your interviews for med school, take off, if you're engaged or married, take off your ring." And we're all kind of like, what are you on about? And she's like, legally, they can't ask you if you're married because, it's anti-discrimination laws or whatever. But they can assess little things like, okay, she's wearing a ring, she's young, she's probably pursuing a family. And then no matter how well you do in that interview, they choose not to hire you. Then she was telling us how she was now like in her late 50s. She had never been married, never had kids. She was a successful neurosurgeon, and the men at work called her the ice queen because surely she can't be nurturing or mothery or loving because she's not a mother and she's not a wife. And it's like I think the point of what she was trying to say was, just, you can't win. Don't try to impress men. You cannot win. Play their game, play it better, but you can't win.
All right, I'll have our HR experts to close this one up. Meritocracy or the quota system. As someone who's been in HR for quite some time, personally, we won't hold you accountable, but what would you rather have?
I'd rather have the quota system. Why? I think the imbalance has been in existence for too long, and it just needs the intention for it to balance. Kana zva balance atozotangira ipapo. And at policy level, government is actually advocating for the gender equity, especially in leadership roles. I actually did an analysis of the barriers and impact on career progression on women in the public institutions. Because I was looking at, the imbalance is just close to us. It's just that we don't analyze. But and we are so good with policies on paper. We want to do this. We want to do this, but with no intention and with no practical, practically doing it. How do you expect the management to be balanced 50-50 when out of the 5 people that come for the HR director interview, there is one lady? So it started with shortlisting. How do you shortlist 4 against 1? So the intention now, we have to be intentional about it to ensure that from the shortlisting, there's 3-3. If you're going to interview 6, let there be 3 women and 3 men so that they compete on equal numbers, because you're already disadvantaging women at the very start of the process. The presidium, they are all men, the 3 of them. I don't remember a lady general. Anyone who knows? If we have a lady general in the army, the chief secretary and his deputies, they're all male. the 10 provincial directors for Public Service Commission, they're all men. So we and at one time, the minister for women and gender, whatever that ministry, was a man. So we have to be intentional about it for it to balance. So and in such institutions, I did a study of Znara, and the results that I got for my masters, I'm taking them for my doctorate to develop a framework for government for gender mainstreaming. And it is just hoping that, and as we speak right now, government is running with a project to try and get these things right. It's not just about us talking about them, but what is there practically on the ground to show that we are being intentional about this balance that we want. So quota system should continue, and until the imbalances have been corrected, so that we can then do a research and be sure that tozobvuma kuti men can do better, or women can't do it better. And for the employers, I think it's when it suits them, like you guys were just talking about, kuti at a certain stage, when you're not married, this is the right person, because we can have her around anytime. She will not even talk about her husband. This my husband, my husband. And at some point, they are relating maturity or seriousness in life to someone who is married. For some people, they will tell you marriage actually brings them down, or has brought them down to such an extent that they couldn't even do anything or pursue their dreams. So it's neither here nor there. The employer will choose what they want at that specific time, and what suits them is what they go with. So we want policies that are written down, that are then followed. Zvisinei nekuti this leader is now there or ndiye aripo, but a policy should be there, and whoever then comes to implement should implement a policy that's there, and everyone has to be intentional about this gender mainstreaming so that it works out. Thanks.
Thank you. Just it's ironic that I had this conversation with Violet earlier, and I was telling her about a meeting that I went to attend yesterday. There were 10 men. Just a random guess of how many women you think were in that room? Yeah? 1, 2, 1. Okay. So everyone is boarded on 1 or 2. Which that in itself is alarming, because women also say 1, 2 out of 10. But you're actually right. There was 2 women in that room, myself and the other lady. And I looked at, I don't know if the other lady got the same rude awakening that I did. I looked around and I said, where are the women in this room? And even the people that were admins that I was being told were supposed to be part of that meeting were still men. So we could have come up to 13 or 15 people, and there would have still been 2 women. Last year, I did a financial literacy program with First Mutual, and part of our mandate was to go around campuses asking random basic financial literacy questions, things that you go through every now and again. Who's the debit? Who's the creditor? What does credit mean? Things like that. What's a loan? But I mean, the most basic things. I had to fight to get women to answer questions. It was never the same with men. I'll just walk up to a man, this is what we're doing. Would you be able to do this? Yeah, sure. Sometimes before I even finish a statement, they would have said yes. With a woman, it took a lot of convincing. And by the time we were almost at the finish of the season, I was almost giving up on women. I kid you not, this was a heartbreaking point for me, because these are things that affect you every day. Everyone transacts, whether it's 50 cents, it's $1, $5. We're not even talking thousands. You all transacted to get here. We are transacting as we are sat in this room, but you don't want to partake in your everyday life. So sometimes I even wonder, is the quota system even worth it for people who don't want it for themselves? You want to be given a silver platter, a gold platter, but when it comes, are you willing to take it for yourself? You did a survey some time ago speaking on, jobs. How many men apply to jobs? And it said 9 out of 10 men apply for jobs they're underqualified for. And only 3 women who are overqualified apply for the same job. What's happening to the ones that are qualified? And what's happening to the underqualified ones? You have 9. If we're looking at meritocracy, I don't stand a chance. And then it takes 3 who know if we're looking at meritocracy, if anything, I'm going to be told we're overqualified. Those are the ones that are applying. We're not doing anything. So this to me is not just a conversation. It's a call to action. I hope everyone who is in this room will have the confidence to walk up to those doors and open them for themselves. Sometimes you don't even need to fight. The opportunity is already there. Like she was saying, policy is there, but are we taking it? How many of us know what the quota system is like for the parliament, for instance? I suppose you, but you want those opportunities. So, ladies, you're the young ones. Take this whilst you still have the chance, because there are people fighting to have this quota system thrown out the door. So take it whilst it's still there. This group, who do we have?
Good afternoon. So, our scenario is you are a lady and you are constantly posting about what you do during the day, be it going to the gym, what you do a day in life as a, let's take for example, as a biomedical engineer. And there's a point where ladies are complimenting what you're posting, they are liking it, they are also telling others about what the traction that you've gained so far. But however, on the other hand, there are men that are constantly criticizing on what you're posting and they are pulling you down. And then the question is now, as a lady, are you going to change the kind of content that you're posting, or you're going to go in public and address the issue that are facing that is coming from these men that are constantly criticizing you? So, as a group, we have concluded that if we were to be in that scenario, we would have neither went into the public, commented on what these men are doing, nor we would not have what should I say? We would not even change the content, because if you are to look at changing the content, as a lady, we discussed that you know who you are and you know what you want to address to the people. Already you've gained traction, already you're already addressing what you want to address. So it's better off to have 10 people that are loving what you want and that are in your support system than to change your content to please the guys out there that are constantly criticizing you. And number two, on the other hand, it's on going in public and make comment on what the guys are saying. There's a Shona saying that says, "Kunyara kunokunda mtauro." So as a lady, it's best that you could just keep quiet and look at what these guys are doing. Because at the end of the day, like one of our group was saying, "Kana Jesu chai." akasingathi ngodiweni munhu wese. So you just have to keep quiet and constantly do what you're doing. At the end of the day, those guys that are supporting you, those ladies, those women that are supporting you are going to call other women, and then you're going, in the end of the day, you're going to eventually have a greater support system that you initially had, rather than you going in public commenting. You don't know, you might offend another person who was actually following you. You might offend them, and it might create chaos. You never know. So the best way is to keep quiet and continuously do what you've always been doing.
Okay. Anyone with different thoughts, a different opinion? You guys understood the scenario, right? Yeah. Anyone who has who's of a different thought? There's a hand. Okay.
I get the sentiment of not wanting to fight, like fighting the man in your comment. And I also think you shouldn't. But in the same sense, I don't think you should completely ignore it, because the battles we don't fight, the women coming after us will have to fight those. So the fact that men feel comfortable coming into your comment section and saying, oh, you're not serious, or oh, you're dressed like this, oh, you're not doing this. If you don't address such issues, you don't necessarily have to go, there's people who fight people in comment sections, right? But you could make a directed address to say, no, you know what, if you don't like this and you don't want this, please leave, and maybe even block some of those people so that they know and they understand how serious you are. On TikTok, there's a woman called Jackie Aina. I don't know if you guys know her, but yeah. People know that if you come funny in Jackie Aina's comment, she will block you. They always talk about it. She try and act like you're not civilized in her comment section. She will block you because she has made that conscious decision. And I think every single person who decides to put out their content that is being enjoyed, that is changing the lives of other people, should be able to protect that community from people who are trying to disturb it, and also make sure that your voice is never silenced by men. Like, don't allow them to sort of leave negative comments and allow you to just have to deal, like, when the women who actually enjoy your content come into your comment section, they're meeting these funny comment sections, right? And then people will be like, I thought this was funny until I came into the comment section. I thought this was cute until I came into the comment section. Because you've allowed people to continue to do that, don't let it be. And also, don't let the younger women coming after us have to fight the battles that we're faced with because we chose to be silent. We are here, we're able to speak up and to say our minds because there were women who decided enough is enough, and we should also be those women. Thank you.
Okay. Well spoken, eh?
Jawelin, Kusi, we have a future parliamentarian in the building. But also, I want to give another example, which is much closer to home. All of you might not know Jackie Aina, but you know Minnie Flamini, right? She was trolled on a podcast. It wasn't necessarily on her platform initially, but she was trolled on Podcast and Chill. And, they said, oh, she can't keep a man because bad hygiene and whatever. And some of those comments then started spilling on her personal page. I like how she responded, though. You know what she did? Yeah, she just went to the court and proved them. She didn't have to go in the comments and say, hey, my G, how dare you? And then, respond to all of. She just made a silent move that silenced all the men. So sometimes it's not responding harshness with harshness too. Sometimes you respond with composure. Sometimes you respond with maturity. You respond with authority. You tell them, when you stoop low, I fly higher. I mean, when you're thinking, I'm going to come on your podcast or go on another podcast to counter what you said, no, I'm going to the highest authority in the land to fight your case. Now, who's the bigger person? And is that not a response? And it's also shown other women that no, you don't have to be petty. You can still respond. And she's also shown other women we're not okay with catcalling. We're not okay with sexualizing women, and we'll stand up. And her tribe of women came through for her, but she didn't have to stoop low. So I think this is also another example that we can take. When someone fights you, sometimes it's not worth your energy to fight them back. You just, go the intellectual way, and you can still have your way. This is our last scenario, and then we'll go for our lunch break. Who's the team leader? Or is she okay?
Okay, so hi guys. Okay, I am Alita Garapo. I am a biomedical student at Harare Institute of Technology. I'm representing Group 7. So basically, our construct is that you've met a mentor, someone who is helping you, right? Basically, you've someone who's in the same department as you. Basically, let's say you come to this session and then I meet Miss Violet right here, and then she becomes my mentor. But basically, this is a man, right? And then this man now wants to meet you in a private setting, like he's going out of your bounds or doing something you are not comfortable with. So basically, how would you treat that situation was our question. But you want to keep your career and you want to keep your mentor. How do you go about it? So basically, everyone has an ego, whether it's a man or a woman. So basically, if it's a man, you start by basically saying, say, I acknowledge your value. Acknowledge their value first. Say, I really appreciate what you've been doing for me. I appreciate the values you have taught me. Now you have told him that he has taught you, and then now you're going to use what he has taught you to tell him what you can and cannot do. You have told him, I appreciate your value, but that's just it. I'm going to set boundaries. You taught me to be clear, to be concise, and to fight for what I believe in. So I am telling you, now specify exactly what you do not want, or specify exactly what you're not comfortable with. Don't just tell him that, I say, specify. You told me that you want us to meet in a closed up setup. Can we possibly keep this professional? Because as you have told me, this goes beyond my bounds. I have values, and if we keep this professional, I believe I can grow and I can nurture the values you have taught me. Basically, you have told him everything. You have told him how you appreciate his help. You have told him what exactly you are not comfortable with. And then now you have told him everything. And then you see that basically he hasn't hurt you. You are feeling unseen. You are feeling unheard. That's where you then draw a specific line. Say, I need you now to understand. All you have told me, I'm forever grateful. But draw the line. I I respectfully ask that we can stop this mentorship. Thank you.
Any add-ons from the floor? We had a passionate speaker, another passionate speaker. Everyone was like, And I always say this, that people take communication for granted. And communication is a word that's thrown around a lot. When I do majority of women in this room are in STEM. Sometimes the argument is, Ina, I will never be in front of people. But no, you talk to people every day. And how you talk to people every day matters. What tone are you using? What's your presence like when you're speaking? I like how she was even assertive. She was in character when she was giving her answer. Because no, this is what we do. So those are things that you have to practice even in your personal space. Maybe not even going as far as mentors, but starting at home. I'm just a person that people know this Nicole never say yes to. We were laughing just yesterday. We had a work situation, and they were looking for someone to fill in for a specific time slot. And my mom was like, "Are you not going?" I said, "No, I'm not. Why should I?" I'm not saying you shouldn't take extra, but I just in an environment where I feel there's a lot of taking advantage of. Oh, she's the youngest in the room, so she should. But we're all functioning on the same contract, are we not? Where does it say the youngest does the most? And what happened to you asking me nicely? Because in as much as I'm younger than you, I'm also an adult, fully employed. You see, so I've just over time learned to say this I will, this I want. If you're going to speak to me, you speak to me in this way. Even if you are my supervisor, speak to me respectfully because this is a work environment. I'm not your kid. Even with your kid, you talk to them nicely, right? So it's those things, your parents, you communicate to them. Shaganaka, I'm not saying be harsh, I'm not saying be rude, but be assertive. When I come back from an event like this, unfortunately, most of you might think I'm extroverted, but I'm actually not. I'm very introverted. And when I get home, I'm drained. The last thing I want is to talk. My mom knows. I'll tell her, I've got a long day today. That's my cue to say, don't disturb when I come back. I just want to go to bed. I want to detox. That's my space because that's the only other time that I'm alone. Believe you me, the moment I step out of my house, someone wants to take a picture and it's like, Roba, I've been talking my whole day. And if I'm tired, can we speak tomorrow unless if it's urgent? If it's not, bull, I'm here. So I've set boundaries. And that applies to my friends. If it's not an emergency, you're not calling me after 6. I'm sorry. I'll speak to you tomorrow. But if it's urgent, I'll pick up the phone. Do not if one of my friends call me and it's 8, it's 9, it's 11, my first answer is what's going on. Because ordinarily, you're not ringing my phone after 6. That's just how I am. And it's helped me do a lot. Priority yeah. I'm not great because this person is asking me to do this and I don't feel like it. The fact that you're reaching me now means we're boundaries somehow. So I've already restrained my no or my yes. So now when I see this call, I know this is an SOS. So it's a yes. But before that, I'm not there. And I learned this the hard way. I was almost hospitalized like 2 years ago from burnout. I was that girl. When the boss calls, yes, boss. Yes, boss. And this was premised on a promise, like what Violet was saying. They promised you we're going to give you this contract, we'll give you an upgrade. So it became some blackmail of some sort. Or you can't say no because you want that contract, huh? Saka where? And I kid you not, 2023, I worked and in almost 365 days non-stop. Christmas season, everyone wanted to take a break. So, of course, the little goatee was there. She'll fill up for everyone who's not there. I would do 6 to 9 p.m. and I'll do 3 to 6 a.m. If you do the math, there's just 6 hours in between. I know it sounds like an entire day after, but it's literally 6 hours in between. 6 to 9 p.m. After 9, Panishi 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, and I'm back. And the same thing again tomorrow. And tomorrow. And it happened for almost a month. And guess what? By the end of it, I was exhausted. I couldn't even show up for my family. Christmas, where they went on vacation, I couldn't. I was suffering, literally. I suffocated until I finally said to myself, I cannot get myself out of bed. Is this what I really want? All because of a contract that I can get from another station. So guess what? I made a decision one day and I said, I'm done. I left, basically. And it was in shock. You're going? I said, yes, I would rather go. If this contract doesn't come, it doesn't. If it does, it does. But Ninda Queen. And when I joined this new organization, I learned one thing. Don't set boundaries at the end of a relationship. Set boundaries at the start. Usama kubisa munhu nasi. Tell them this is the person that I am. These are the working hours that I've got. This is as far as I can go. These are my expectations from you. What are your expectations from me? What can I meet? What can I not? If you agree and this person agrees to be part of your life, they agree to have you join that organization, you will join and they will know who you had a phone after 6 and it won't be a problem. The problem will come when you take the call any time of the day, then you want to start saying no. They'll start asking what has changed. It's because you allow them to take advantage of you before. So even when you have a mentor, I have mentors myself. I think you can help me in this area of my life. If it's professional, if it's spiritual, whatever it is. You can have different mentors, by the way, one for each category of your life. You don't have to have one mentor for everything. Tell that person you are here to help me with my school, and that's it. You're not my friend. So they know never to call you for drinks because you were upfront from the start. But all of that also comes from your assertiveness. Because sometimes the ways, she looks like a soft girl. Maybe let me just give her a couple months to warm up. And no shall remain in no. Don't say, I'm not comfortable. Saka, if I make the conditions favorable, will you? Well, I'm not comfortable to go to a club. If I take it to my house, is it okay? They'll always find a leeway. But one biggest takeaway for me personally was set the boundaries at the start and not the end. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I wanted to add on what Nicole was saying. So I'm going to briefly mention this as a story. So when I finished my A levels, I went and looked for a job because I didn't have the financial funding for me to go to university. So I then went and worked for Edgar Stores Limited. So you can imagine the situation where you are young and you're entering in a workspace where you are surrounded by older people, and you know those older people on at work, they have the permanent contract and they feel like they are the mothers at work. So when I first started working at Edgar's, I was the customer service assistant, and they used to send me anyway. If it was cleaning, I was the one who was supposed to do it. If it was now lunchtime, if they need lunch, I was the one who was supposed to do it. So one key takeaway that I learned at Edgar's was you should stand your ground. The first thing that you have to learn when you enter a workplace is to read your contract. Your contract has all the rules that you're supposed to follow. So if you something happens that is not in your contract, you have to say no. If your boss sends you to go buy lunch and it's not within your contract, you're allowed to say no. And if you get fired because of that, go to the admin, the main office, tell them your situation, and I can tell you there's justice. There is no reason for you to do something that you are not employed for. So for this reason, I learned to communicate and as well to stand my ground. Thank you.
Anyone else who has anything to add on? Yeah.
Okay, my name is Blessing. I am an engineer in the tech space. I'm posing a question to the room, and I think more especially to Miss Violet. That and any other duties clause that is on the contract. I thought about this because of what she's saying. There's so many things that we end up doing in our workspaces that have nothing to do with why we're there. How do you navigate that? Because I feel like employers do that so that they can do whatever they want with you. I am in a workspace where I can work for 24 hours straight because the client requires that, right? And even after I've done that, if there are things that my boss needs me to do, he still needs me to do them, regardless of the fact that they know I've been wide awake for 24 hours, right? And it keeps on happening over and over again, but we need the money. So what can we do? So how do you make sure that the employer doesn't take advantage of you as an employee, as somebody who needs something from the employer the same way they need something from you? How do you navigate that?
Since you're such that you get any other duties, hakuna zvochakadaro. Let them define the any other duties. And the courts have interpreted, the labor court has interpreted any other duties to mean duties that are related to your job. So for as long as adotanga kudiveta, you are supposed to stand your ground and say no. Ndosina muchizotumwa munotenga lunch never boss. So never accept a contract in any other duties as may be required by the supervisor. But if it happens that you already have a contract like that, the courts have been very straight in their interpretation of what any other duties are. They are duties that are related. But you ask them to state them because and this is panokuita any other duties. Anoita any other duties in the general hand. Okay. All right. Any more questions? Any add-ons to the discussion before we call it a close? Anyone? No one? Is that a hand that's raised? Everyone is happy? Any solid takeaways from the discussions that we just had? Surely you must have learned something. Yeah, it looks like everyone in the room is happy. I see all smiles everywhere. Every corner that I'm turning towards, I'm just seeing smiles. So we will be serving lunch. I think maybe in the next 10 minutes or so, we'll make the announcement. For now, you can maybe take a toilet break if you want to network, exchange contacts. This is the time that we're giving you. We'll announce when the food is ready. But when we come back after our lunch, which is a 20-minute break, we'll then have the panel with our panelists. So please, please, please stay. Especially lunch. So please, I hope you will stay for the panel. It will just be as insightful as most of the activities that we've had today. Sorry. Oh, you guys haven't done yours. Oh, yeah. So, Tanaya was right, actually. She asked me if you guys did, and somehow I thought you did. Sorry about that, ladies. Who's the group leader? Okay.
Thank you. I'll just go through it so that we are done in 10 minutes. Our It's okay. Our scenario was you are a creator, you have got an application of which you have got investors who had said it has to be paid. Initially, it was free. It has to be paid, but it has to be paid if they are to get to assist you as the investors. So, as a group, we discussed that since this is my vision, initially I wanted it to be free, and then I get investors who wants it being paid. Yes, I need it to be free, but I need money to get this thing running. So I will make this application. For example, if it's an application for school children, I will make it have a few free and some of them being paid for, so that I get to the target market I'm targeting, and at the same time I get to serve the purpose of the
application. So I will say, for example, the reading and accessing will be free. And now, if you want to download and like doing assignments on that application, then it needs to be subscribed so that we grow the base as the investors want. But at the same time, saving the purpose for the vision I am driving to. Thank you. Why? I was about to MC because we're not in.
Because you were supposed to give a yes or a no. Are we monetizing the app or are we not? And you're like, no, we want to keep it free and then we monetize later. So you're giving a cheat code. So, ladies, the question here was we have an application. Sorry, I've taken off my shoes, by the way. These heels are killing my feet. We have an application, right? It's a learning application. You have the option of keeping it free, but you're reaching less people. If I'm to give an example, 1,000 people maximum if it's free. But you have an investor who says, I like the idea. Let's upscale this idea. You put a subscription fee to the application. And once you've put that subscription fee, we're looking at a minimum of 10,000 people getting help from that. So it's impact versus money. What are we doing here? Are we keeping the 1,000 because we want it to be free? I guess maybe not even, it's not even an impact thing. It's probably like a character test of some sort. Are you going to stay true to the idea, regardless of how many people you're reaching, but you're making the conditions favorable for that 1,000? Or are you killing two birds with one stone? You're making money out of it and you're reaching more people. And that's the tricky part now. Because what you want also is the impact. So these ladies have decided to sit on the fence.
Hello. I think we can make money out of it. And at the same time helping other people. Just like what ChatGPT does. It has a feature where you pay $30 per month if you want the upgraded features on it. We all have access to ChatGPT, but we don't have the upscaled features of it, the nicer features of it. We have exposure. We all can use ChatGPT, Antika, just to research, to do assignments. But if you want the upgraded features, you monetize it, Antika, and then the monetized version can be upgraded, Antika, and have other features that the other feature doesn't have, but it's the same app. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get that. A lot of applications are like that. Canva, Premiere Pro, you have the limited edition that gives you small features. If you want the fuller version, you pay for it, which is more or less what the group has said. Does anyone else have a different opinion? Would you rather keep it completely free and reach lesser people? Or would you have more money and more people on the application? Because remember, this is an application that's meant to be a self-help application. And also looking at the beneficiaries. I know there was mention of rural students, yeah? 1,000 rural students who ordinarily would never gain the exposure to that. Or you reach 10,000 people who have options. Maybe they can choose your application and 10 others. What would you do? Tricky one, I know. I'll choose this lady in mustard here. I don't think she's spoken today, has she? No, please pass the microphone to her.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chido. So that's a tricky situation, but I would choose to pay for them to pay for the application, but at a smaller fee so that it can be affordable to many people, and it can also reach and help as many people as well. Thank you.
Okay, but there's two things at play here. Yeah. Okay, let me hear from Tanai first, and then I can give my 2 cents.
I think if the purpose of the application was for to target like rural disadvantaged kids, then I think I wouldn't opt for the option to pay to make people pay for it. If one investor is interested in the project, it means that it is something that is definitely scalable one, and it means that you can also go out and seek investments that align more with your purpose.
And you've touched into what I wanted to touch into. Because, when investment is involved, there are two things. Most of the time, you're giving up the decision making. Yeah. She said she would take that and make the application cheaper. But the person that has put the money calls the shots. If they say they want it at $5 and they want 50 cents, they'll never say yes to that. I don't know if you guys have heard of the statement, "Animari dimpu." It literally applies. They'll tell you, I said, Shade, have you guys heard of the drink Poppy? It was bought out by Pepsi. Yeah? Pepsi bought this carbonated drink. If you've never heard of it, please look it up. Pepsi has the option of buying out that drink and not putting it on the shelves. Yeah, because they can afford to. They can buy you out and you can't fight it. If they say this is Pepsi, well, we saw you were the biggest competitor. You said you want $1 billion for your business. We'll give you $1 billion. You can't be guaranteed they will continue with that line. They can choose. We were never a health drink option. Sakat Shadi Poppy, we will continue with our Coke. There's nothing you can do because they gave you the money that you want. Same thing applies. There's also the positive side. If one investor has said yes, you could find another investor that will say yes to your initial idea. I don't know how many business people we have here, but most people will tell you it's really hard to find people to bet on you. If you watch a Shark Tank, you'll see how many no's they give out to those people. And an investor saying yes to anything is, in fact, a glimmer of hope. So instead of settling on one investor, you could try the option of, maybe let me try something else. And also, who's to say if you keep the application free, you won't go beyond the initial 1,000 that we've projected now? Yeah? Because maybe you might. Maybe you will find my well wishes. Imagine the impact would have. Say maybe there's 50 of us in this room. Each person has 300 followers. We won't even get to 1,000, 300, and they post, and it is guaranteed that those 300 will get on the application. How many people would you have on the app before the day ends? And I always say this, even sometimes before you look for external investment, have you tried something like crowdfunding? You've got a group of friends. You can use the same thing and not go the investment route. Because an investor, again, they'll come and they'll tell you, oh, you can't do this. But you, as a group of people, you've said to yourself, this is the amount that we need. We want to upscale, but that's not mad. How much do you have? How much do we have amongst ourselves to still get the same amount that we need to reach 10,000, but keep this application free? Have you thought of that? Yeah. So what I'm saying basically is we need a mindset shift. Instead of thinking in the negative, let's have a surplus mindset. Atina, but what do we have? Before we start saying, Tina Mari, and how far can it take us? How much more do we need from what we already have? Because the moment you tell yourself, Andina, you're going to stop. Because hauna. If you don't find that external help that you're looking for, a great idea is killed because you've already preconditioned your mind to say, I don't have this. But can you say, I need this? When you say, I need this, instead of sitting back, relaxed, you're now thinking, what do I do to get what I need? Now to step B. So I hope, again, you'll take it of this call to action. Sometimes instead of even thinking in singular form, you can think in collective terms. What can we put on the table before I say, I can't afford this, or I don't have the experience for this? But have you tried something else? You get. If you were to ask me, I'll keep it free. I'll keep it free for one reason. For those of you that have Googled me, if you ever did, if you went on my website, you'll see three words: impact, power, and purpose. And I said this to Tinae when we did our pre-event meeting. This girls came to me. They said, "Oh, we've got this thing that we're doing. We need someone to carry the event, to MC, but we don't have. We know you charge an arm and a leg. We can't afford you. This is what we have." They could have stopped and thought, Hadina Sagat, but no, they still made the phone call. And me, being one, a woman, two, being human as well, I said, I see initiative here. So what I did is I went back and I looked into my personal brand. What does my brand speak to? It speaks to impact. It speaks to power. It speaks to purpose. If my presence here is going to give those three, would I rather let it go? They can't afford me. Or would I go and do what I said I will for a quarter of the price? And here I am. And I think a lot of the times we take it for granted. The small things that we do might not be 10,000, it might not be 1,000, but in my head, I just thought if one woman walks out of that room feeling like I changed their life, I will show up. Because 10 years ago, I was this young girl also looking for the same thing and no one was there. So would I now turn into the person that I didn't want to be 10 years ago? No. I will stay true to what my brand is about. So at times you might not get immediate monetary return, as this scenario, in this, going back to the scenario. You might not get to the 10,000, but you've impacted your 1,000. What matters to you the most? Is it the money? Is it your personal values? So that's also food for thought. We'll take our break whilst we wait for our lunch to come through. As I mentioned earlier, we'll let you know when the food is ready. But for now, take the time to mingle, take the time to interact, take the time to take photos. We have our photographer on standby. So if you ladies want your individual portraits, group portraits, whatever photos that you want, this is the time that we are allocating for the photos. So once the food is ready, we'll make the announcement and then we'll carry on with the official program. Thank you. Huh? No, face upwards. Well, upwards. Ah, okay.
One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. One, two, one, two.
two, 1 2, 1 2. Eh? Arimo.
One, two. One, two. 1 2. 1 2.
I'm just kidding, by the way, because you also needed the energy to listen. But we're getting into the panel. I've been excited to hear these ladies were present today to give us, their nuggets as well as the immediate big sisters. I will be reading out their bios as they come up on stage. In no particular order of importance, in case someone feels like Nguta Fave. So I'll start off with Cheryl Mangisi. She's a civil engineering technician. Cheryl Mangisi is currently working at a minerals processing consultancy where she applies her skills to real-world industrial and infrastructural projects. She works closely with multidisciplinary teams to deliver solutions that support operational efficiency and long-term sustainability. Her work allows her to contribute meaningful development whilst also continuously learning and growing in the field of engineering. Cheryl is passionate about encouraging more young women to pursue careers in STEM, especially in engineering fields where women representation is still growing. And she is committed to promoting hands-on learning and inspiring the next generation of women and science in technology. Cheryl, you can take a seat. Choose the couch that you like. Maybe let's, yeah, okay, whatever side you want to take is fine. Our next panelist is Claire Combarero Ruri. She is a tech entrepreneur in Clarity Smart Technologies, a Zimbabwean innovation hub building digital solutions across sectors like law, health, education, and agriculture. She is a passionate advocate for youth empowerment, and Claire teaches coding to children, mentors young women in STEM, and leads initiatives that bridge technology with community impact. She holds a degree in information security and assurance and has represented Zimbabwe at international tech events, including the Cybertech Africa Hackathon in Rwanda and being the chief guest at Gamathon in India. Clay is deeply committed to using technology to transform lives and tell news stories from Africa. If you will, please give a round of applause to Clay. The next big sister is a clinical research pharmacist and entrepreneur, Siposami Musikavanu. So she's passionate about bridging science, innovation, and everyday impact. If you remember, I mentioned that she's got a skincare brand. She didn't invite me to the launch. I'm still angry at that. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. So she's got experience in global clinical trials spanning HIV, vaccines, and malnutrition. She's deeply committed to advancing healthcare solutions that resonate within African communities. As the founder of Wicked Skin, a science-led skincare brand, Siposami blends her pharmaceutical expertise with the entrepreneurial spirit to create products that are both effective and accessible. Beyond her professional work, she's a creative force who shares lifestyle and wellness content, embodying the belief that women in STEM can thrive in multiple spaces, from the lab to the boardroom to the digital space. Through her journey, she champions representation, resilience, and boldness for the next generation of women in science and in business. Ladies, let's welcome to the stage Siposami. Our next panelist is Tanya Razwa Kimberly Ndiamba. She is a public health advocate, pharmaceutical sciences researcher, and emerging global health innovator. She holds a Master of Public Health in Epidemiology and is currently completing a Master of Pharmaceutical Science at Monash University. With expertise in clinical trials, drug delivery research, and global medicine quality assessment, Tanya is passionate about strengthening pharmaceutical systems and improving access to safe, effective methods in low and middle income countries. She is currently completing a placement with the African Clinical Research Network outside of academia. Tanya hosts a Christian podcast focused on transparent conversations about faith and life. And she runs a personal social media platform sharing her STEM career journey, lifestyle content, and evidence based health and wellness insights. She is passionate about advancing health literacy and representation, especially for young Black women who are pursuing careers in STEM. Ladies, if you may welcome Tanya to the stage. The final panelist is founder of the Big Sisters session, the founder also of She STEMs Foundation. That's Tinaye Lydia Muzenyi. And she's currently pursuing her PhD in civil engineering. Inspired by the spirit of Ubuntu, she's passionate about creating spaces where girls and women in STEM feel seen, supported, and motivated to dream bigger. Her passion for mentorship and representation in STEM drives Tinaya to work with young women as a mentor and volunteer as a part time lecturer at the University of Zimbabwe, where she teaches and supports final year students. Tanaya is committed to making sure no girl or woman ever has to work her STEM journey alone. So through She STEMs, she intends to create spaces for girls and women to share real stories, build supportive networks, and open doors for the next generation. Let's welcome to the stage Tinai Muzenyi. And I am your moderator for the panel. Did I read you guys my bio? I think someone else needs to do that. Yeah? I can't be blowing my own horn.
So, our lovely event host is Nicole Jamu, widely known as Queen Nicole. She is an award winning Zimbabwean media personality, voiceover artist, and seasoned event host with an illustrious career across television, radio, theater, and red carpet productions. From anchoring ZBC's flagship shows like Good Morning Zimbabwe to receiving accolades from Ignite Youth Organization and Emerging Brands Africa, Nicole has firmly established herself as a powerhouse in media and communication. As the official host of the Big Sister session, she brings her signature charisma, which we've all been experiencing today, her warmth and authenticity to help guide the conversations, amplify voices, and create a safe, inspiring space for every young girl to feel seen, heard, and celebrated.
Thank you. Finally, someone is clapping hands for me. But ladies, I want to start with a bit of some icebreakers. We've got microphones here. I think maybe you can pass the cordless to her. Icebreakers. I'll start with Tanya. What song were you listening to on your way here today?
I was listening to a podcast.
Yeah, which podcast was that?
You know the one that James and Fuhad host?
Oh, I know. It's a very naughty podcast. Sipo, what's the first thing that you do when you wake up?
Do you know what? It depends.
It depends on what.
What day it is.
Yeah.
There are some days where I wake up and the first thing I do is obviously work out and then some days I run straight to the shower. But I always have a quick 10 minutes when I'm in bed where I just, that those 10 minutes where you're still trying to thaw out.
Right. I think that was me today, actually. I struggled to get out of bed
Yep.
this morning.
Saturday morning.
Right. It's Saturday morning after a long week. And also, I was just saying to tonight, believe it or not, ladies, I was both excited and nervous about today. I've never done an event speaking to high school students.
Yeah.
And so I was anxious. Am I gonna be able to go down to their level? Can they understand? Because I can go deep sometimes. Okay, let's see how today goes. But anyway, here we are. Tonight, what's a quote that you live by?
A quote. Oh, a quote I live by is aim for excellence, not perfection.
Aim for excellence and not perfection. And I think today's testament to that, right? Yeah. Cheryl, what's your favorite color?
Burgundy.
Burgundy. But you're wearing purple today.
It's very enlightening.
Yeah? Yeah. Claire, who is the person that inspires you the most and why?
I think it's my mom. Okay, this girls are laughing because my mom is their lecturer, so they're telling me how much she's a Wonder Woman, she's bold, she takes up space in the room. And for me, it's something I aspire to be.
Yeah.
Where I'm sitting right now, I can't even be half the woman she is.
And I'll stay with you there because I mean, most of us we speak about our mothers being our biggest inspiration, and I would understand why. It's because when you're born, she's the first person you see, and she's with you for most of your time. So, what's the one thing that you've had to learn with her the hardest way, and why is that?
I think interact with other people, I understand I can also be vulnerable. I can also have emotions. I can't be this strong woman and not show any emotion. So it's also okay for you to sit down and say, I'm feeling sad and feel all those emotions. Sit down and say, I'm feeling anxious and feel those emotions as you go.
And I'll go to Tanya. You have stayed outside of Zim. You've been in Australia, and you've seen the parenting styles and how they differ. Those who have parents in Zimbabwe will tell you it's not really the easiest thing to express your emotion. Kutama mama nasindakatama, or to even tell her that you're angry at her for doing something to you. In fact, most children will tell you they apologize to their parents even when they're not wrong. What has been your experience with your parents taking into cognizance your background, and how would you deal with parenting differently in the event that you become a parent?
So I was raised in Zim until I was 18. But then I spent my entire adult life in Australia. So it's this whole like having two identities, having two aspects of myself. And being there forced me, like it was very confronting, and it forced me to acknowledge things like mental health. It forced me to acknowledge that emotions are real and they're valid and we all go through them, and sometimes they get really heavy. And so it's not just me, but both my sisters as well. And then coming back home and seeing my parents here and there, or when they come to see me, there was definitely a disconnect at first because they're just very much in the, traditional African, "Rukucheme, you haven't gone through anything in life. But then I remember sitting my dad down once and I was like, "Do you know that ABCD hurts my feelings?" And he looked at me and he's like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "It hurts my feelings." For example, my dad never used to be someone who said, "I love you too." He just expected you to know that he does, right? So after my first year, I sat him down. I said, "Dad, when I tell you I love you and you just say, okay, it really hurts my feelings." And then he went, thought about it, and one day he just started saying, I love you too. Does he like look uncomfortable? Yes. And it was like a two-way street because I had to also understand my parents didn't grow up in an environment where they could be emotionally vulnerable. So my parents had me later than most people in their generation. So they were like going through liberation war. They didn't have time to stop and take account of their emotions and feel, right? So this is something that they're learning for the first time too. And it was this understanding of, okay, I can express this to them, but I also need to give them grace and understand that they never had to do this in their life. They've never learned how to, navigate this. And I think at the beginning of this year, I had an encounter with my dad again that really showed me the growth that we've had in terms of that emotional openness and vulnerability in our relationship. And so my youngest sister was starting uni, and then we were all going to go to Melbourne together, which leaves my parents as empty nesters. So the one day I'm in the kitchen with my dad, I jokingly say, "Are you going to miss me when I'm gone?" And he's like, "What kind of stupid question is that?" I'm like, I was joking, but what do you mean? How is that a stupid question? He's like, "What do you think?" And I said to him, "Dad, I don't know how you feel until you tell me how you feel. I can't read your mind, and I'm not going to just assume. Communication boils down even to our emotions." So I didn't think anything of it. It was just a very brief interaction. Then the next day, he sends my sisters and I an email. And we were like, we were in our rooms, and he was in his room. He just sent us an email. So we're like, cool, how far? I open it, and this man has written a letter dedicated to the three of us. It's like 3 pages long. And he's telling us how much he'll miss us, how much we mean to him, and the lessons he wants us to carry with him. And again, this is a man who is so unemotional, but that meant the world to me because he might not have been able to say it, so he penned it on paper. And I was like, wow, this is something really, like, I cried. Like, I ugly cried. It was embarrassing, but a very sweet moment. And I think the one thing I've learned from both my parents, going into adulthood and hopefully one day being a mom, I hope to be a safe space where my child can come and talk to me and tell me how they feel, tell me what's wrong, even if I don't understand, even if I can't fix it. But they just know, okay, out in the world, I have to be strong. Especially as a Black woman, you have to be strong.
Right. Yeah.
As an African woman in a Western country, you have to be double strong, okay? But when you are in my house, you can be free, you can be vulnerable, you can break down. If that's the only space in the world that you're like, this is my safe space, then I've done my job correctly.
Mm. You're allowed to clap if you feel like. And I'll come to you tonight. You're also someone that has experienced a double environment. How is that experience been for you? Was there ever a time they say, tonight from Canada, from the USA is in Zimbabwe, and she can't bring the West to us here?
Do you mean in general or
In general, yeah.
it's been a huge adjustment moving to the West. Obviously there's the culture shock that comes with moving. There's different expectations that you get when you are that side as opposed to here. Um, but yeah, the one thing that always sticks out to me is the fact that I'm Black, right? It sticks out when I'm that side. And not because anyone's being racist to me or anything. No, they don't have to be racist to me, but it just sticks out because that's just the way it is as opposed to back home. So back home it's a lot more comfortable. You just, you're surrounded by, you can speak your language, and everything, even the culture. When you go overseas, it's completely different. And that was a huge adjustment for me. Just realizing how Black I am. I think when you're here, you don't necessarily realize it, but once you leave, everything is just like, even like the little things, like the way that people talk or the way that people interact, the different hobbies that are there, everything is just, it's just all a culture shock. But I think it just takes time to adjust. And once you adjust, then, well, then life becomes worth living again.
But in your opinion, would you say that your blackness, and I'll call it that for the lack of a better word, or do you think it became more of a propelling factor for you because you were standing out? Or was it more of an inhibiting factor because there were not too many people that looked like you in your career?
I think it was a bit of both. When I first arrived, it was a bit inhibiting because there's all this new thing, there's this new culture, and there's all these new things that you need to learn or that you need to adjust to. But once you like really get into it, then it really just propels you. Like you're like, oh, I stand out. Okay. I'm gonna make sure it's worth it. I'm gonna make sure they see why I stand out. They have to appreciate me because of that part of me. That part makes me authentic.
Mm. And those are some of the challenges that come with getting outside of your normal comfort zone is you have to learn to adapt. But speaking of adaptation, it's also something that's applicable to those that are coming from school, from university, or getting from one environment into the other. And I'm curious to know from you, Cheryl, coming from university and landing your first job, was there ever something that you felt, I didn't learn in theory, but I'm practicing now. I'm sure most of you, even in our audience, you've got one of those where you're like, how come I never was taught about this? But this is such an important factor of how I deliver at my job.
Yes, for me, when I started working, it was a literal shock, if I can say that. It went from just learning textbook information and the stuff that we had been given by the lecturers to, oh, this is what is actually on the ground. I remember going on site and you're being asked a question and you have no idea what it is or how to answer because you haven't learned that. But I think I like Dr. said, it's experience is the best teacher. The more you work or the more you do a certain thing, you're going to learn as you grow. So for me, I learned that when you start working, you're just beginning. You literally, it doesn't end in school. You literally start learning the more you, or when you start working, basically, for me. Yeah.
And coming to you, Siposami, you've got so much going on, being an entrepreneur as well and starting up your own thing. Were there ever also experiences when you felt I should have been taught this thing in school? And what is that one thing that you wish you learned earlier before you embarked on your professional journey?
Okay, so I'm going to touch on the first question you actually asked Cheryl, because for me, that's actually my experience. So I studied my undergrad in China, and then I moved back to Zimbabwe. And the way school was structured there is very different from how it is here. When I compared myself to my peers who stayed in Zimbabwe, who went to the UZ and studied pharmacy, we were on two completely different levels, right? And so with pharmacy, for example, there's a lot of drug names, so many like brands and generic. It's a whole world on its own. And coming from a place like China, where, we didn't really get to have that experience of the retail space or that sort of thing. For me, everything I've actually learned to this current point of my career has been through experience. So actually, there's a lot that you actually learn from experience. I actually feel like to some extent, school is there to sharpen our minds and sometimes not necessarily everything that we learn. Of course, there's the background. Like, in my field, you need to know, deeper in terms of like mechanism of action of drugs and all of that deep stuff that you need to know. But there's also a lot that just comes from being on the ground and actually practicing. There's certain diseases that are unique to the Zimbabwean context or to the, Southern African context that I did not learn about when I was in China. So that speaks to that. And then your second question was if there's anything that I wish I learned sooner. And I think this is a topic that isn't really spoken about in school, but a lot of financial management, entrepreneurship, I don't think we're taught that in schools. We're not. And fortunately for me, it's just something I've been passionate about and I've learned to express and chase after. But I just wish that a lot more people are taught in school how to manage our finances, taxes, things like that, that actually affect us in the real world. Because a lot of us just grow up and, we're plunged into this world where now you have to learn how to do your taxes. But were you ever taught that? Yeah.
And just as a follow-up question, just hearing from your personal experience coming from China and wanting to join the local workforce, it's very easy for you to feel underappreciated because, oh, of course, you didn't learn this about the local landscape. What would you say was the biggest technique that you used to navigate that, if ever you felt like you were underestimated in the local scene?
Please repeat that question for me.
Was there ever a time that you felt like people here treated you as not enough because of the lack of knowledge that you had to the Zimbabwean context? And if you ever felt that way, how did you navigate those feelings?
100%. I think I felt it so many times, and especially when people compare. I feel like it's different for people like Tanya or Tinaya who've gone to schools like in Australia or the UK, the US. I feel like sometimes people tend to look down on people who go to school in Asia, for example, like Russia or like China or like, do you know what I mean? And for me, I've actually experienced that where it's like, oh, if you didn't go to UZ or if you didn't go to these big unis, you actually don't know much. But I think what I learned or how I navigate that is you just have to apply yourself diligently. My mom always tells me, apply yourself diligently.
Yeah.
And what that means is in whatever you do your absolute best, because sometimes it's easy for people to form opinions and feel like, oh, this person does not deserve or this person is not good enough, but your work should speak for itself in whatever you do, in your job, in your studies. For some of you that are still in school, you need to make sure that you do your best. That way your work speaks for you. Whoever has anything to say will automatically be silenced because you're doing the best that you can.
And I'll throw the same question to you, Claire. If I don't know if you went to school here, but I feel like it's more so a universal thing because everyone lacks in one area of their life. Was there ever a time that people were speaking down on you and you internalized it so much that you started looking down on yourself? And how did you get out of that pit?
Okay, for me, I would say in my space, I'm one of the few females who are there. So it's very normal for I really resonated to what the first speaker said in the morning, that most of the times in a meeting you're the one who's sent to go get tea because you're the only female. When there's someone needed to take notes, everyone looks at me. And I can say from my perspective, usually I actually do then take the notes. Because till today I didn't know I could actually say, no, I can't take notes. But most of the time, when people actually see you do your work, they get to appreciate you more. And I appreciate what you said, that your work speaks for itself. So people will see you putting the work. And one thing you should not lie to yourself is don't put in the work. If you put in the work, the results will speak for themselves. And people will start to respect you and appreciate you for that.
Yeah. But staying with you, Claire, Have you ever dealt with failure? And I know this seems like a very broad question, but I think people tend to underestimate what failure can do to a person, you know. I'll give an example in my field. If you audition for a role, unfortunately, we're not anonymous. You audition for a role in a movie or a TV show and you're not picked, you get to see who they picked over you. So you then start thinking, what did they see in that person that I don't have? And if you're constantly getting no's, unfortunately, our industry is very talent based. If you're constantly getting no's, at some point you're thinking, maybe I'm not good enough, maybe I should quit. And that can really demotivate and kill someone's spirit. So I'm keen to know if there was ever a point where you felt like you experienced a big failure. It could be in your personal life, it could be academically or in your work life, even. What was it? And how did you tell yourself to get out of that black hole?
I think one of the biggest lessons life has taught me is it's not always going to go according to plan. So I think almost every time there are times when I sit down, make goals, plan. And when I look at my life 6 months later, life has taken a completely different trajectory. The first days it would weigh me down. I would tell myself, this year I'm not making any resolutions. I'm not planning anything because the last time I did it, it didn't go according to plan. But what I've since learned is each time things go wrong, I sit down and I think of a new plan to move forward. So each time something doesn't go according to my plan, I stopped whining. I stopped crying about it. I look at the situation. Okay, this is where we are today. What can I do to make it better moving forward?
Cheryl, you're a mom. What do you think you would tell your child failure is?
I think I would tell him that it's a training ground, if I can say it that way. My boss says the only way to learn to ride a bike is by riding the bike, and you you learn from your failure. Don't be afraid to fail, um, and accept it. Take it, be down, but get up. You know, keep moving because that's the only way you're going to keep moving. Yeah.
And I've often seen people who have reframed failure. I'll throw this to Tanya. And just yesterday, I was watching a clip by Tyler Perry, and this person was asking, how many times have you failed? And to say it's zero. And the reason being, every time that he failed, he considered it a lesson. So I want to hear from you. Do you see failure for what most people would call it? I set a goal, I didn't achieve the goal, so I failed. Or do you say, I failed, quote unquote, but I'm not choosing it as a loss, but rather as a lesson? And why?
So when I think of my whole professional journey, I think of it as serendipity, a happy accident. So in school, or through primary school, high school, I didn't fail. You know that annoying girl in your class who cries because she got 85%? That was me. That was me. And then that, although yes, it sounds good on paper, it means that I didn't know how to handle failure. So now I'm 18. I went for my driver's license test and I failed. And I was like, oh, this doesn't happen to me. What do you mean? I came home and my dad was like, I really want you to learn to fail. Because if you can't, life will swallow you whole. I just done my uni applications. Now I'm waiting to hear back. So I got an offer from every uni I applied to except my dream school. Cue the tears. Guys, I wept like Ndanganda Fir. It was insane. Like I cried. My dad stood by my door and watched me cry. When I was done, he was like, are you done? I said, yeah. He said, good. I hope this happens to you again. And I'm like, hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm just supposed to be giving me words of encouragement, something. And he was like, no, you need to learn how to fail. And I think that really struck me. So I sat down, I really thought through it, and I was like, okay, for so long, I've let me not achieving a certain goal or reaching whatever expectation I'd set for myself because I've always been such a perfectionist. I've let it determine my self worth. I've let it determine my capabilities and tell me, oh, so I just can't do it. When really I should see it as a redirection. So I went to uni, my second choice, which was Monash in Australia. And if I hadn't gone to Monash, I don't think I'd be where I am today. And I say that because right now I'm studying a master pharmaceutical science, right? And this particular degree is usually only offered at PhD level. And our uni decided to offer it at master's level. And I'm the third cohort ever to go through it. And I wouldn't be here if I hadn't gone through that, what felt like the end of the world for me. Um, and it wouldn't have led me to my passion. It wouldn't have led me to what I believe is my purpose. So really, I see failure as redirection.
Yeah, but still on you, you speak so much about academic excellence, and believe you me, that was me as well. I remember I cried because there was this new girl that came into the class, and she beat me by 1 mark to become the leader, and I cried so much. I was like, but you did so well. You're in your 90s. Why are you crying? But for me, the fact that I didn't reach the pinnacle or I was not the best, it didn't matter if I did great. As long as I was not number one, I failed. You get, and there's always the risk of being a perfectionist and overtly idolizing the idea of I always need to be the leader. So I want to hear from you outside of the academic achievements that you were registering in school, in uni. What made you build confidence outside of the classroom?
I was a really shy kid. I know it's hard to believe, right? Because now I just don't shut up. But I was super timid. I was super shy. Like visitors would come and I'd run to my room because I was scared. And my dad would be like, come on, no, you alpha. And so he'd be like, no, you need to stop being timid. My mom would be like, you need to stop being timid. It like continued on into high school. And then like a couple years into high school, my parents forced me to start partaking in things like debate, Model United Nations, where I had to sit and speak in front of people. Guys, I used to like shake so bad you could see my whole body vibrating when I'd be standing there in front of people. And I'd be like stumbling over my words and it felt like I was gonna pass out. But them forcing me, like it was like by force, them forcing me into those environments forced me to find my voice. It forced me to be comfortable in my own skin. And I think that really contributed to my ability to orate. But besides that, I think something else that has contributed to this is interestingly the gym. And I say this because I started weightlifting at a time in my life when I was like super depressed. Like I was really struggling. And I did it as a way to find, to improve my mental health, to improve my general wellness. But in doing that, it's like, okay, you go there the first time and you suck. You can't lift up a 1 kg weight, you're embarrassed. The whole gym is full of people. But then eventually you wake up one day and you're like, you know what? Embarrassment is a choice. I just have to keep showing up. And one day you're struggling with a 1 kg weight. The next day you're hip thrusting 160 kgs. And for me, what I like drew from that was life is hard, choose your hard. But more than that, it showed me I am capable of hard things. Like I can do hard things. And I've learned to apply that to all areas and arenas of my life. And I think ultimately the other thing is my faith. My faith is the foundation of my whole life, of my whole existence. And how dare I, me, a small human, say that I'm not worthy or I'm not worth it when God thought I was worth dying on the cross for?
Right.
So that for me is like, nah, I have no right to question my worth when the creator of the universe thinks that I am beautifully and wonderfully created.
I'll come to you tonight. You seem like a confident person, so I won't ask you a confidence-based question. But the first time that you walked into the workspace, being this young, confident lady who's got expectations, what is the one thing that took you by surprise and why?
Sorry, please repeat the question.
The one thing that took you by surprise in the workplace soon after university?
Oops, I'm gonna put some people on the spot here. But the one thing that took me by surprise, well, not really, it didn't really take me by surprise, but it kind of shocked me. I found out that I was replacing the person that I was replacing had been let go because they had lost confidence in women at the place that I was employed at. And so that amount of pressure, I immediately felt so much pressure from just learning about that or just hearing about that. And imagine you're hearing this, and this is like your first week at work, and you're straight out of school, you barely know anything. And the person that you're replacing was also similar to you. Like she had also just left school. So now you've got like this heavy weight that's on your shoulders. And essentially, that then reminded me, it was like just a quick wake up call to how powerful or how much power we hold as women within male dominated fields. We are literally a representation of all other females. Any failure that I make, or any failures that I have made at that company or at that place, they were going to be a reflection of everyone else. So now when I got there, I wasn't just meant to prove myself, but I was meant to now prove that girls are just as good. Um, so I say it didn't really take me by surprise, but it was like, oh my God, this is actually real,
Yeah.
because like in school, you can hear about these stories, or when you go to like events, you hear the women telling you these things, but you actually don't digest it. You don't think too much of it until it actually happens. And then you're like, whoa, this is the role that I have. I am not just representing myself here, but I'm representing all the women around me, or the generation of women that will come after me.
Hmm. And okay, I'll come to you, Shiril. I actually had a question for you. Being a woman in the workspace, and also, planning a family, because it's hard. You want a family, but at the same time, it's, can I afford to take a break? And what are my coworkers going to say? Are they going to allow me to go on this maternal leave? How long am I going away for? And that speaks into my question to you. Were there ever any fears of you jumping onto this new personal journey? Did you ever feel like you would be hindering your job, or your job would get into the way of you building your family? But I know that you wanted to add on to what Tanai was saying, so you can start with that.
For me, being in the engineering space, the time I was pregnant, I was asked to go to site, and it's in the mountains, and it's like hectic conditions. And I remember going there heavily pregnant, and you're thinking, is this what I want to do? And I remember towards the end of my pregnancy, it was a bit difficult to go to work. And I remember one of my friends was like, you're not just doing it this for yourself, do it for the next person or the next woman that's going to come. Because the moment you're going to say, oh, I'm too tired, or this is not working, or because of like whatever condition right, or the pregnancy, they are going to say to the next person that's going to come to the work, oh, we don't want a female because when they get pregnant, they act like this, you know. So I think it also goes to family planning, thinking the thought process also involves, am I going to be able to continue? Um, sorry, I lost my train of thought, but like, yeah, it really does affect how you want to plan your things because you're worried about, oh, what's going to happen in the next years of my career, you know.
So, were you ever scared of losing your job? And I asked that because, it's funny you mentioned that story. We also had something similar in our engineering department. There was a young lady who was pregnant sometime early this year, actually, and she was heavily pregnant. In our case, though, everyone kept arguing that you need to take a break, but she was adamant on, I want to come to work still. And so I thought, could there be a possibility that she's trying to prove her worth and the reason why she should stay employed?
Definitely, I was scared every day. I know of a story from my husband's workplace. He's also an engineer. He replaced the lady who was, well, not replaced, but he got a job when the lady was going to maternity leave, and unfortunately, she didn't come back because they laid her off. And that was one of my fears to say, when I become a mom, how's my future looking like? And yeah, you continue going to work because you also want to prove your worth to say, even though I'm pregnant, I can still do the work, you know? So yeah.
Mhm. Any lady on the panel who has not given birth yet, but has thought about this? If there's ever a time that I'm going to want to plan a family, how's my life going to feel? And do you feel like it has been an inhibiting factor for you to take the next step? Tanya.
So I watched my mom get 3 degrees while raising 3 children, working full time, and sustaining a marriage. She was always tired. And I said to myself, that cannot be me. I am not God's strongest soldier. I am just a girl. So for me, I think right now, when I finish in October, I have plans to pursue a PhD. And I've had to have a conversation with my partner and tell him, Sha, children, don't talk to me about that till I'm like 32. Because if I was to begin in January, I'd only finish when I was 30. And then after that, I need a couple years to like really settle into my career. And the unfortunate truth is that, particularly in male dominated fields, women are judged harshly because of that. That you want a family, so it means you're uncommitted, it means you're unfocused, it means you're not giving your all to the company. But a married man or a father is seen as someone who's reliable and trustworthy. That double standard exists. So it's definitely something I've taken into account when I've planned my life. And I'm like, this putting on hold until this point. And I think it's very interesting because I'm also watching my friends in other fields start having kids, and I'm like, it's getting real. Like,
Right.
this is the time when people are supposed to be popping out babies or whatever, but it's for me, it's something that's on hold.
And I want to come to you, Siposami. If there's anything that you wish to change for women in the workplace, particularly around this family planning subject, what would it be?
I think for me, my view is a bit contrary to Tanya's
Yeah.
in the sense that I believe everyone should walk their path. And in as much as sometimes certain things are inevitable, we live in a society that is patriarchal. That is a fact. At the same time, it's like there's someone who wants to start a family young. If I had it up to me, I would have finished popping my babies already and then focus on my career. People are different. And I just wish women, we just had the platform or the chance to actually just walk our different paths in our own truths and not follow certain things because that's the way they are, or I'm going to wait until I'm 35 to start having kids, or until my career is at a certain you know place or whatever. Because at the end of the day, sometimes we plan certain things. You plan and you say, I want to do this when I'm at this stage, but what if life doesn't happen like that for you? So yeah, I think for me, that's what I would want for each and every woman in the workspace.
Yeah. Claire, I'll pose this one to you. What is the one unspoken rule that you discovered when you got into work? I'll give this example. In my space, no one actually says that appearance is a big part of the roles that you get. Unfortunately, you can't openly say it, but it's something that we know. So is there anything like that applies in STEM, where people outside of it might not necessarily know, and until you are a player and a contributor in the sector?
Okay, I think my background, I employ developers. So I look for people to do the work. And what I've noticed is usually the workspace doesn't reward people who work hard. It rewards people who put themselves out there. So sometimes you want to sit in your corner and say, I want to be alone. I just want to do my work and go home. But no one will notice you. The moment you're loud, you start talking to people, you interact with everyone starts feeling your presence and your space, to such an extent that you might be doing half of the work, but everyone will favor you because of how you put yourself out there. So most of the time, it's not how you keep quiet and how you just do your job. And as soon as 4 o'clock hits, you're out of the office, you're going home, you don't talk to anyone. No one will see you. And I think one of the greatest lessons that people are supposed to be taught whilst we're still in primary is emotional intelligence. Because all of us are here not because of what we do at work or what we do at school, but because of who we know, how active we are on social media. That's how we also this link, right? It's not about what you're good at. So all of us were invited to this event because of our circle and of how we talk to other people. So the greatest lesson is be out there, talk to people, push yourself out, then people will notice you.
And I love that. Being in the communication space myself, I actually wrote an entire series on that on my LinkedIn. For those that follow me, you might have seen it. I called the series The Most Visible Beats the Best. So, like you said, which platforms are you on? What are you saying? Who do you know? Because sometimes a job or overhear other people speak, and you get an opportunity like what Violet was saying. It's because you were in the right space to begin with. Yeah, Sipo, you have an add-on.
Yes, and I think someone asked that question. I think it's the lady in black. You were asking about how on social media, we can. I myself, I have quite a big platform. I have a YouTube platform with over 100,000 followers, and what I'll tell you is regarding the first part of your question, there's always something out there that you're looking for, right? So nowadays, the way the SEO, search engine optimization, is set up, right? It's unfortunate that there isn't actually a lot of women in STEM who are out there putting out their content, but it's there, and I felt very, what's the word? I was happy when you asked that question, because I'm also very passionate about that. In as much as my content is not very focused on my career, I do here and there post about my career. And what I will say to you, I wanted to answer it when you asked that question, is there is a lot of content out there, and the more you actually get to consume that, the more your mind is actually open to so many other possibilities. And as Claire said, sometimes the way you present yourself and just the way you put yourself out there opens up so many doors for you. There's so many rooms that I've entered that I never thought I would enter, because maybe I just wasn't there physically, but because someone watched me somewhere on social media and they reached out. And, so that's actually a very important point that Claire brings out.
But also, just as Claire was speaking about, showing up in rooms, it takes a workplace that sometimes allows you to show up. At times, you get in an environment that stifles you. You don't even get a chance to introduce yourself. And it's funny, I was on that some time ago. I had a co anchor. She was more senior than I was. So we'd get on the news. You know how when you're watching the news and everyone gets a chance to say their name, this lady would go on and she would say every possible thing that I could say in an intro, including my name. She would introduce me, and I was sat in my chair next to her. And it happened a lot. At the time, unfortunately, I was not very emotionally intelligent. That at one point I walked off set out of frustration of how long am I going to be here? And this other person keeps talking over me and no one is saying anything. But what that day taught me was you cannot act out of emotion, one. And two, no one understands your struggle unless you say them out yourself. So this next question I will throw to Cheryl. What was the situation that forced you to speak out and stand out for yourself, and how did you do that?
I don't want to go into depth about it, but I I had a supervisor who I felt I needed to learn from, but unfortunately, he wasn't willing to give me that information, right? So he would speak down on me, and the situation got worse that he would send messages to the boss, and just talk trash on me. Um, it really worked on me so much that there was a day I cried and I told myself I was not going to do this. And one of my coworkers was like, Cheryl, don't use the emotion. Don't play the man, play the game. Calm down, go home, and speak to the boss later. So, like you said, your situation is not known until you speak out. And it turned out my boss sort of like knew or saw what was happening, but it was until I spoke out and said, "Hey, this is happening, and I am tired," and it got resolved. But it really took a lot of courage, and yes, you can see like the passion. It's because yeah, it's something that I did go through that was like emotionally draining. So yeah.
Tina, has there ever been a situation where you felt compelled to stand up for yourself? What had happened and how did you communicate your needs? Because I feel like the solution also lies in how you say it. At times, we both discovered crying is not going to solve anything. It's also the channels that you take and how you assert yourself. Hey, this is what is going on, and I need this addressed in this way.
Yes, there have been quite a few situations. I'll talk to a recent one. So I am currently pursuing my PhD, and we got into a bit of a hiatus with my supervisor. It was becoming more, it now felt more like micromanagement, the way that it was, the way that our relationship was going. And so all it took was, so initially she applied this to everyone in the research group, and then we sort of like got together and we were like, what's really going on, and so eventually we did end up like sort of confronting the situation, or at least I don't want to use the word confronting because it was more of like just an adult conversation that we had. And we were just like, no, we just feel like this is just a bit too much, you know. The micromanagement was causing like a lot of anxiety for the research group, and essentially that was like a a way of us standing up to the method that she was proposing, because this was a new method that was being proposed. And so that was like us just like standing up to that. And I think by now we've reached a stage where we know that we can air out whatever it is that we're feeling, and offense will not necessarily be taken. It's taken more as like more of like a reflection, or reflecting points. So um, we just went back to the drawing board, and then we figured out what works best for the group.
Yeah. Coming to you, Claire, still with the same question, because I understand the settings differ. You know, in other countries, they're a bit more open-minded. They're okay with uh, students or someone who's working under your supervision coming to you and saying, "Hey, I think you're doing this wrong," without necessarily taking offense. A lot of the times here, when you go and say, "I think you should do this instead," they'll tell you, "You can't tell me how to do my job." So, Claire, if you've ever found yourself in a situation where you've had to stand up for yourself and put corrective measures, what was the approach that you used?
Okay. I think there's been a few incidents. The first one, I actually ended up crying because I'm not used to people saying no to me when I'm speaking. So we actually got into a heated argument at work. And because they felt like I don't know much because I'm a girl, they felt like their voice had to be heard more. So from that incident, I then learned that moving forward, dealing with these people, I don't have to raise my voice. Um, so now I know how to communicate my point in a different way that make it feel like it was their decision. So in the end, I get what I want. And they also don't feel offended by what I say. And I think that has also helped me to have peace in the workplace. Because at times it doesn't help, and using a different approach when we're all different and we all have different temperaments and we all understand things differently. So the goal is to move forward, and I found a way to communicate my points in a more effective way that leaves everyone happy.
And that reminds me of the book 48 Laws of Power. Who here has read that book? Okay. I see a few hands. I think you need to read that book a bit more. It actually teaches you on how to take control of some situations. And I like how you termed it, Clear. You make them feel like it's them that are making the changes, but also it's helping you to get the changes that you need made. Because, at the end of the day, your approach is what either exposes you or shields you. So you need to know how to communicate your needs. So please, if you haven't read 48 Laws of Power, I highly recommend that you read that book as well. But just speaking into today, it's Big Sister session, and what essentially we're doing is passing on knowledge and inspiration, and we're taking on the mentorship role for today, and maybe some will even go as far as mentoring after today. But I want to throw this, starting with you, Tanya. What is mentorship to you, and what does it look like ideally?
Um, I think that mentorship is essentially empowering someone um, in helping them realize where it is they want to go, two, helping them figure out how to get there, and three, encouraging them along the way. And sometimes that encouragement looks like accountability. It looks like, you said you wanted to get distinctions this semester. I haven't seen you hit the library once. It's been 2 months. And it stings, but it's necessary. So interestingly, I think in my journey, a lot of my mentors have actually been men, particularly older men. And I think this might, I don't know if this has to do with the fact that there's just not as many women within the STEM space, or if it's just that, I don't know, just seem to have more, better professional chemistry with these gentlemen. But one thing they've all done is challenge me in a way that provokes growth within me. They have forced me to really introspect, to take note of my weaknesses and to build upon them, to take note of my strengths and to use them to my power. I think just about in every job I've had so far, I've had a really great mentor who's walked with me through it, and it has really, really helped me. It's how I think at the beginning of my academic journey, I looked like I was very confused because, I was like, I'm going to do pre med, I'm going to be a doctor. And then my mind kept changing. But the more I've spoken to people who have gone through this journey, people who are in the fields that I'm pursuing, and actually having those conversations, asking questions, telling them, I have this idea, this is what I think I want to do. And they give me language to articulate what it is that I want. They give me, tangible goals, realistic goals. They help me see myself um, in a realistic lens and push me to grow, push me towards those goals. So I think that's what mentorship ultimately is to me.
Yeah. And I want to throw the same question to you, Sami. What does the ideal mentorship look like to you?
I think someone who you see yourself in. So when you're picking a mentor, I think it's important to first of all ask yourself where you see yourself. So if it's in the next 5 years, or if it's, it's a mentor for a certain period, ask yourself where you see yourself after that period, and can you see yourself in that person? Maybe not directly in them, but maybe in what they do or the skills that they have. And yeah, that answers it.
So this is a question that I've often posed to a lot of people. We make it seem like it's mandatory to have a mentor. So my first question is it mandatory that you have one? And the second one is, over mentorship over sponsorship. For those that have never heard of about sponsorship, is that person that mentions you in a room of opportunities. So they don't necessarily tell you what to do on your day to day like a mentor would, but they believe in you so much so that when they're told, oh, we need a young lady in STEM, they mention your name. I'll throw this to you, Claire. Do you think everyone is supposed to have a mentor, one? And two, what would you rather have? Someone that mentions your name for opportunities, or a person that holds your hand and guides you throughout the journey as a mentor would?
Okay, I actually discovered about sponsorship right now, and I think that's the route that I've been taking because I don't have anyone who literally calls me, "Do you do this? What are your goals?" But I have people I interact with who mention me in rooms that I'm not in. And I think both are equally important because you do need an accountability partner, and you do need someone who's going to ask, you said you're going to go to the gym. Did you go? Because when you're alone, it's very easy to default. And one thing I also want to comment on the issue of mentorship is I think a mentor is someone who exposes us. Because growing up, I would give an example of people who the biggest person in their family akatenga bicycle. So maybe when they are trying to push their dreams, they also want to buy a bicycle because they don't know what it feels like, or they don't know anyone who has a car. So as we're sitting in here, our dreams can only reach a certain level based on what we're exposed to. So based on the people we then interact with today, we actually learned that you could be an eye doctor. We actually learned that you could be a civil engineer. So there are a lot of things that we can do that we actually don't know about because we have not yet been exposed to those things. So the more we interact with more people, the more we're exposed to more opportunities that we had no idea actually existed at all.
Okay. I see some ladies are starting to walk out. We've got another activity coming after this panel, which will be the last one, and that will help you to set up your goals and hopefully help to pair you up with a mentor. So if you are in need of a mentor, please stay with us for the next few minutes. But I want to hear from you, Cheryl. Do you have a mentor yourself? And if you do, what is the biggest lesson that you've learned from them?
Um, I do have a mentor. I actively pursued them to say, "Hey, can you be my mentor?" Because back then it wasn't as popular. I don't know for me, so I engaged them first and said, "Hey, I really like what you do. Can you please be my mentor?" And my biggest lesson from them is that hard work beats talent any day. So yeah, you don't have to feel so inferior. You just have to work harder, and not feel like I'm not as intelligent or I'm not as talented. So work hard. Hard work beats talent any day. Yeah.
Quite a valuable lesson indeed. Hard work beats talent any day. Thank you, ladies, for sharing your personal journeys and for being so vulnerable because some of the questions were really deep and exposing, but I'm happy that none of you shied away. I'll open to the floor. If any of you have any questions, please show by raise of hand. I'll come to you. You can direct the question to the panelists that you'd want to answer that specific question. So, anyone with a question for our panelists? All right, we've got one here. So, say your name, your question, and who you're directing it to.
Hi, my name is Lucia. My question is directed to everyone of you, including you. How old are you guys?
That's such an exposing question. They say never ask a woman her age, yeah? But anyway, I'll answer because it's just us ladies here. I'm 30. Really? How old do I look? I get that all the time. Yeah.
I'm 28. I'm also 28.
Also 28.
I'm 26.
I'm 25.
So I'm the old Magogo on the stage, because everyone else is in their 20s, so it seems. Any other question? No questions? You guys are happy? Are you sure? Oh, okay. No, that's fine. So it seems you ladies did such a great job that no one has any other questions to ask. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think we may take your leave and just take your seats. That's the close to our panel. Everyone who is on the tables, I'm sure you've got this file in front of you, right? We have a page that's purple in color. Oh, somewhat different, is it? So there's something that says STEM and thick bingo. You've got a bingo card. Please confirm you have a bingo card in your file. Everyone's got one, right? You know how bingo cards work? Tanaya is loud. I'll give you a chance to tell everyone what this exercise is.
Um, okay, so bingo, essentially, this is just bingo. So you just have to go around the room and you find someone who is this whatever is in the prompt in the box, and then when you find that person you write their name down, um and then essentially we're all racing to finish one line. So in either direction. So it can be horizontal, vertical, diagonal. Get it? It's bingo. Oh. Okay, you go around the room, right? You're meeting, you're talking to different people. If you find someone, for example, I have one that says, is wearing gold jewelry. I'm wearing gold jewelry. You can come to me. You can be like, oh, you're wearing gold jewelry. Hi, I'm so and so. Nice to meet you. And then you write my name there tonight, right? And then there's many other prompts that are there. So most of them you actually have to converse with the person to get them. And then the first one to complete a row or a full row wins, essentially.
So are you guys ready? Are you ladies ready? Everyone has understood the rules, yeah? You haven't. Should I break it down to you in layman terms?
Do you have to necessarily go to that person when you know what's oh,
So the whole point of this exercise is to get you to talk to people. So you're going to get out of your seat with your list and you will look for the person that fits the description in each box. Okay? So hers says has mentored someone before. So it takes her going to say her and ask, have you mentored someone? If she says yes, she puts the name down until the first row is done, basically. So it's going to force you. Sorry? You can't write the same person twice. So you have to find a new person for each box, yeah? No, you cannot, because you have to speak to someone. So no writing the same person twice, no listing yourself. Do we have any other questions before we start? You guys are ready? What do you want? Oh, no, one word have bingo. Because bingo is like a checklist of some sort. Yeah, so it's nothing serious, guys. Let's converse and have fun. Yes, I do. Taylor. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Sorry? Okay.
That's a consistent wanting to think your data. Would you want to be teacher and still living so much the time? It's just that's what you yes, I do it over. I know. And like participate, like last time. So the good thing is I think it's constant. Ambition towards the
All right, ladies. I think we all have crossed something on our bingo cards, right? So now you've learned a new game. When you're hosting your games night, you know what to play with your friends, yeah? But don't use your bingo list for the wrong reasons, please. All right, so those at the back, if we can please just come back to our seats briefly so that we close off today. It's been such a beautiful day. It's so fulfilling, beyond words, actually. Trust me, I was your host, but I also took so much from today. I'm calling Vanessa on stage. She was the events coordinator, helping Tinai as the right hand woman. So, what you see today is also a culmination of her efforts over the last couple of months. This event actually took some months to put together. It wasn't just an overnight thing, and we all have Vanessa to thank for that. So, thank you, Vanessa, for believing in the vision, for starters, and for seeing it through as well. So, she's coming to give the closing remarks, and we'll get the closing prayer after that.
Thank you, Nicole. Good afternoon, beautiful people. I'm going to be looking down because I prepared this speech earlier, and this is my first time in front of a crowd, and I'm honored that it is in front of you guys. Um, I'm in the presence of what could potentially become the future of the nation. On behalf of the organizers of the event and the founder, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to every single person that took their time to be a part of this event. Your support and presence are a powerful statement that women belong in every laboratory, boardroom, and innovation space. To our distinguished keynote speakers, our panelists, thank you for sharing your knowledge, your journeys, and your encouragement. The wisdom you imparted today has not only educated us, but also inspired us to push beyond barriers, claim our space in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We are also deeply grateful to our volunteers and the entire event team who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Your dedication ensured that everything ran smoothly and that we could focus on the heart of this gathering: connection, learning, and empowerment. And finally, to our attendees, thank you for showing up with curiosity, energy, and passion. The She STEMS movement exists because of women like you who believe in building a future and standing your ground, not as another statistic, but as future leaders. As we leave today, let us carry forward the momentum created in this space. Let us continue mentoring, innovating, and advocating for women to take up space. Don't forget to follow She STEMS Foundation at She STEMS Foundation so that you're updated on any future events and opportunities aligned with the foundation. Thank you again, and may the spirit of the She STEMS Foundation continue to inspire and transform. Never be afraid to take up space because the world is waiting for a gift that only you possess. Thank you. Oh, sorry. We have a few gifts for the speakers and panelists. Just to say thank you for taking your time. I know you guys were probably busy. You had other things that you had to do, but we really do appreciate you guys and your presence in this moment.
It is pretty, yeah? Once again, thank you, ladies, for being part of this event. I hope this won't be the last one that you attend. I think, if you stay throughout the entire day, you can speak about the impact of the panelists today and the speakers and all the knowledge and the inspiration that was flying across the room, but also the love and the connections that we shared. And for me, honestly, that is the part that stands out the most, is when you connect with other people. At the start of the event, we had an opening prayer, and as such, we will close off in prayer, thanking the Lord for what He did for us today. If we have any volunteers that would love to pray for us as we go home, any volunteers? Okay, we've got one.
Can we bow our heads in prayer? Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you. Father, we thank you for this day that we just had. Father, we thank you, Jehovah, for everything that we have learned in this room. And we thank you, Jehovah, for even the panelists who took time, oh God, to come here and to talk to us, oh God, Jehovah. Father, we pray that you bless them and expand their territories. Father, we pray that you move with them in their workplaces, oh God. And Father, we pray, Jehovah, that the knowledge that we have retained today, Jehovah, stays with us and that we're able to apply it, oh God, Jehovah. It says in your word, it is you who teaches our hands to prosper, oh God. So from this day forward, oh God, Jehovah, may we take this knowledge, oh God, and multiply it, oh God, Jehovah, and become women of virtue, women of impact, Jehovah, and women, oh God, Jehovah, who you describe in the Bible, who bring change, oh God. We thank you, God, and as we're going home, we pray that you move with us, oh God, Jehovah, that everybody gets home safe, oh God. We pray everything, oh God, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen, indeed. And that, ladies, is the close to today. Let's all give ourselves a round of applause for staying through to the day, for showing up and for showing off. The theme of the day was dress as we want to be addressed. And most of us came looking, really, really good, shining as the ladies that we are. If there's anyone that you still want to connect with, remember you are free to do that. You can just walk up to them, get their contacts. Let this not be the last time that you are in touch. And just like Vanessa said, please follow us on our social media at She STEMS Foundation across all social media platforms. I know we took photos. We'll be sharing the link with you as well. So yeah, please just also recommend our page to your peers so that the community grows bigger. At the end of the day, when we speak empowerment, there is power in numbers. Thank you once again for supporting, and I hope you will come to the next one tonight. When are you promising a next one? Please, we have to make this a tradition. So be on the outlook for the next one, ladies. Thank you so much for today.